Hello and welcome back to Weekend Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen COE. Happy to be here today, this 11th of December, 2022. Wow, what a year. Looks like Doovid's already got his articles ready to go, so I'll just screenshot those right away. Welcome to the show, everyone. Thanks for joining. Glad to be here. Great week. Hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks
Okay,
so much
great.
for being here with us this evening.
Good to be back. Welcome to the chat. Last week we had an interesting conversation with.
I can't hear you.
Hello? Hello? You hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, good to be back. Last week we had Renell Justin on talking about panpsychism. It was a interesting conversation. So this week, get back into some of the research. I found some interesting things. So Parmenides, Arbane, Bulbavis, welcome. So let me clear this my weekly links just to share. So actually, I missed this coming. Jennifer shared it with me. Theology Unleashed had their usual Hare Krishna devotee from Ireland, Akhenalandandi Das, and transhumanist. So just kind of a mediocre discussion, but I mean, we'll see where Arjun's going with that. So, good to see him put out content. It's been a while. This week at the Royal Institute, the magic of physics, also kind of just a mediocre lecture, but a few things that generally follow. So here is a recent Pew survey, and not surprising if anyone knows kind of like evangelical Christianity. 4 in 10 American adults believe that humanity is living at the end of times, and ironically, if you look at the numbers, that almost 70% of blacks believe that we're living at the end of times. And from black Christians, it's 76%. And it's pretty high across, so only 9% of atheists believe we're living at the end of times. Agnostics, 40%. So, the end of times is somewhat connected to religious belief. Questions about will Jesus return, but it's unclear if there's obviously some connection between historic Christian belief and the belief that we're living in the end of days, but it's not direct correlation between mainline Protestant belief and living in the end of days. So I thought that was interesting, especially to see the breakdown of society recovering from COVID-19, racial tensions, inflations, economic harm, the world spiraling into war, various things. So in that light, I've been watching a lot of sorry, just find this infographics channel, kind of short things, kind of B-rate scholarship. I've been watching infographics anyways, and why 2023 will be the worst year ever, God forbid. It's talking about a bunch of things: the environmental crisis, the fallout from the Russia-Ukraine war, difficulties in international relations, and God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. The University of Michigan annual sex survey. I think I shared this each of the last few years, and the amount of sex keeps on decreasing. So we see the levels of promiscuity on college campus, and the amount of people who are having sex, how much of it they're having, and related to engineering students. Half of engineering students in University of Michigan will go through their whole undergraduate career without ever having sex, and that's the highest from the School of Education. Also, Some other schools it's varies, but the engineering school um, is probably disproportionately male, but you may be prude or different, asexual. So there's random annual university sex survey and a continuing the decline of promiscuity in America. So T Jump had this Rabbi Meza on, who I think is buddies with John Grishalik. Like I spoke with him on a link that John emailed me, and John had invited me. I'm not sure if it was John's channel or Asher Meza's channel, but we spoke a few times, and he's kind of like a loudmouth rabbi, um, preacher type, and it didn't end well. Like they were arguing, and he
Well, I
leaves the
mean, it
show.
didn't seem to go that bad.
Well, he bounced in the middle of the show. T Jump muted him.
Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of someone else. Never mind.
Yeah, so I mean,
My bad.
about halfway in the show, Rabbi Meza wasn't going for like a classical logical proof, but I don't think he knew how to phrase it in the best way of kind of like how I phrased it in terms of best explanatory power. Um, but so he was kind of degenerating atheism and claimed that World War II was caused by atheism. And to T Jump, he was like, absolutely not. That's not factual. And the Nazis were, according to T Jump, were not atheist, nor were the communists. And so it got in kind of like started to get unfriendly there about this kind of like World War II question of
I was
how.
thinking of the more recent one that seemed to go pretty well, even though they didn't agree. Not this one. Were you showing a different one just a minute ago, or maybe I imagined that? Sorry.
No, this was the one that was this week. This is 4 days ago. So and then T Jump was like, "I will mute you," and he muted him, and then the rabbi just bounced, and then T Jump ended up playing chess, and I probably would have just bounced too. So I don't know the exact logistics, like I was mentioning with the Black Hebrew Israelites, where it's like if T Jump invited him to his show and then kind of being like unfriendly and muting the guy and he just left, or if it was like a public debate show or something like that. Or if T Jump kind of has like this debate and switch type thing. So it was a little unclear how it degenerated so much, and even like T Jump's strategy of muting the guy. And I mean, because that guy Asher Mays is basically a preacher, so the show could deteriorate um, relatively. So John, pray for John's mother, been a little bit sick. So last week we didn't stream, taking care of his mother. So hopefully tomorrow. So people put in some good thoughts for John's mother. But so I tweeted because I was watching T Jump's chess play and it was pretty weak. So I tweeted T Jump and I was like, Doovid here reaching out to T Jump to offer free chess lessons on or offline. Your weak chess play makes people suspicious of your ability to use logic. Doovid is a student of the most famous chess coach in the world and can get you up 500 rating points in just a few sessions. And that would be uh, Sunil Wardamatri. So here's Doovid with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. But I was referring to a student of the most famous chess player. I was referring to Sunil Wardamatri, who I have a picture here with somewhere. And I think I probably could get T Jump up probably 500 rating points, but like a question of his logic, because chess is basically just a logical game. But T Jump's really weak at chess, so like I do think it's it should make someone suspicious of his ability to use logic, how weak his chess play is, because like
Oof.
it's not logical as chess play. So he didn't respond, no response to that. But it's out there. T Jump. If someone shows you this clip or you hear it, Doovid is offering you free chess lessons, just so you stop embarrassing yourself with your weak chess play. God forbid. like how could you claim to be such an expert in logic and then over the chessboard be so illogical? So let me read this real quick. So I read this book on.
You're not even going to mention the meme I made out of that?
Oh yeah, so Jennifer made a meme. Um,
I
I
mean,
don't know if you're going to share your own memes.
okay,
Like
whatever.
encourage you to do your own weekend review, so you could share your own
Yeah, but
meme.
it's a meme about you, so I mean, and it's pretty much about that tweet. So
So it was the best of times to be a philosopher. It was the worst of times to be a philosopher. Doovid for the same reason. Doovid. I'm not sure these for the same
yeah,
reason.
yeah, you're the reason. It's the
Why?
best and the worst because you're getting everybody to up their game, but you're doing it by essentially annoying people into becoming a better version of themselves, which I can totally respect as it's one of my favorite
Yeah, man. Just like how could
technologies.
you jump claim to like be this expert in logic, and then I mean, because chess is not pure logic. To some extent, you could argue chess is pure logic. Um, but just looking at his play, like control of the center, development of pieces, coordinating pieces for the attack, they're just like pure basic principles of logic that apply to good chess play. That he doesn't have any of these fundamentals, and so like it could because he wasn't taught. Like I said, Duvid had the luxury of being trained by, uh, like I went to chess camp as a kid, and I competed and had I work as a chess coach. I've read a bunch of T Jump may not have had any of those luxuries, but like saying his chess game is weak in like in a logical sense. Like there's no logic, rhyme or rhythm to his poor play. Um, so yeah, I read this book this week, another Springer book, Philosophy and Logic of Quantum Physics, an investigation of the metaphysical and logical implications of quantum physics, translated
Nice.
from German. And let me just read this quickly. This is from the introduction. Um, Classical logic is based on two fundamental principles: the principle of bivalence, according to which one of the two truth values, true and false, can be assigned to every proposition, independent of our ability to know which of these values of a certain proposition has, and the principle of extensionality, according to which the truth value of compound sentences is determined by the truth value of its components. The findings in the area of quantum mechanics, namely the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, do not allow for a sentence like the electron E can be found at position X and has a momentum of P to be assigned the truth value true. When the position of a particle has been determined, an equally exact determination of the momentum is impossible. Further, quantum objects are subject to wave-particle duality, meaning they can act like waves and particles under certain circumstances. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and wave-particle duality contradict the principles of bivalence and extensionality, according to some of the quantum logicians' argumentation. It is argued that this is due to the impossibility of determining the true value of a compound sentence about quantum mechanical phenomenon from the true values of its components, and to the impossibility of assigning truth values to certain statements about quantum objects in general. And here is the Wikipedia on quantum logic, which we've talked about briefly. So there's even Karl Popper had the question of a distribution law, that the claim in quantum logic that the propositional distributive law fails. Um, John von Neumann noted that projections in Hilbert space can be viewed as propositions about physical observations. That is, as potential yes or no questions an observer might ask about the state of a physical system, questions that could be settled by some measurements. Um, Hilary Putnam and the famous Karl Popper, that really drove negation as the central, falsibility as the central principle of science, had arguments about logic and quantum logic, and the questions of what is logic, and if what we consider logic fails at the quantum level, how do we know that logic is true? And then do we rework logic due to new findings in quantum mechanics? And they have Hilary Putnam's famous 1968 paper,
Did
Is
you
Logic?
agree with that basic thesis, or
I'm not an agree or disagree, I'm a type of person. And when we get to these personality tests that Jennifer shared, we'll talk more about that because that's why I have the multiple
it's
truth
not a
hypothesis.
personality test, it's a which philosopher do you most align with their views test. You're acting like it's a horoscope. But anyway, I got you. It's fine. No
So
problem.
yeah, so that's why I've devised the multiple truth hypothesis, and we'll show some more stuff on work that I did this week to advance the multiple truth hypothesis. But and what we've been talking about with Ashish Delela and the Vedic approach to Western logic, and whether God forbid, with a lot of the racial tension in America, the feel that like logic is racist, like science is racist, and um, there is some argumentation and there's some logic behind the
Talk
logic of
about the all-time agreeing with them for the wrong reasons, right? At least from where I'm coming from. Because logic is
um,
pretty much a tool of Christian world domination, Western logic anyway.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of what um, Rennell was saying last week about like, well, it's a cultural system, and so like if he was talking about morality and karma, that I thought was interesting last week. A long argument about karma, but the same could be made about logic. Logic is a cultural system. It's not a science. It's not doesn't contain truth propositions. And then like Ashish Delela's claim that Western logic fails, and then the contradiction with quantum mechanics. So what does it mean? So it's a topic hopefully we've discussed in the past, and hopefully we'll dig more into. So I was just doing more research on that this week.
Did you learn anything from the book?
Um, well, I'm reading some books on the multiverse here. So, um, I'm reading a book now also on the quantum revolution, from entanglement to the quantum computing and other super technologies. And I've been reading books on the history of atheism and linguistics. Um, yeah, I'm definitely learning. So, actual quantum logic is very complicated. So, like when you get to like actually like Hilbert space and quantum logic, it's basically all symbolic notation, and that's what I've been studying more linguistics and saying language is not logical. Language has a structure, and you could say the structure of language is logical, but language itself is not logical. Um, yeah, as opposed to
Well, it's a bit hard though. You got to be careful because language, you can say logic in a computer is a language, and language is the commonality is that they both have rules, at least when you're talking about a computer logic, which isn't the same thing as abstract theoretical logic
if
necessarily.
you mean a computer language, like a programming language, that's
The thing
called a
is that
language.
the programming language and the logic's not the same thing. The logic is more like what you can do with the programming language, the rules for the programming language. The language is just the structure, a bunch of puzzle pieces, not put together. Bad metaphor because it's obviously more complicated than that. But
Yeah, I mean, Noam Chomsky's one of his first book was on the classification of computer languages, and computer programs have to be compiled to machine language. That computer programs don't actually function. They're compiled to machine language, which is also considered use the term language. So it's a complication of these terms where you say, well, like we use the word language even for machine language, which so that computer languages are logical in formulation, but they're not logical enough to operate in the logic circuits of the computer that have to be compiled into machine language.
I don't know if I would agree with that phrasing. I totally see what you're saying, but it's a
I'm
confusing
not, I
way
mean,
to phrase
phrase,
it.
I'm just saying something factual, that computers don't run computer programs that are written in programming languages. Programming languages. I don't know if you know about the
The
computer
programming
science.
language implement what's called microcomputing, which fundamentally comes down to binary logic gates. Is that what you're trying to say?
Why it's saying that computers don't process programming languages. Computers process what they call machine language, and so computer programs are
Now, when they say
compiled.
programming language, it's a coder facing. The other one would
Yeah,
be like
I don't. Have you ever coded?
No, but I've worked with a lot of coders, so I'm familiar with some of the jargon. So there's like
I mean, you ever
microprocessing.
wrote a program in like BASIC or C++ or Visual Basic? Do you remember?
I've written some
Do you
implementations
remember
in MATLAB,
compiling? Do you
but nothing.
remember
I mean,
compiling?
I took 2 courses in computer science, and I think we did C, but I don't remember
Are
much.
you
I do
familiar
remember
with what
compiling it.
compiling is?
Yes, I know what compiling is.
What is compiling?
Are you seriously testing me as to whether I know what compiling is right now?
Well, because it seems like you're arguing with me, and I think I'm just saying something that's factually a given.
Okay.
So I mean, if it's
I am calling attention to the confusion that may happen that I'm sure you don't have that could potentially happen with other people between calling it, just trying to make a distinction between classical logic, the computer implementing a logic vis-a-vis the coder, or sorry, the coder implementing a logic vis-a-vis writing code, and then that logic being implemented actually within the binary of the system in microcomputing. So there's 3 different levels on which we could be talking about logic, which is why I was
so I
calling
mean, do you
attention to
understand that
the
when
fact that we
you do
need to
understand what
distinguish between
compiling
them. I
is
totally
that the
understand what
computer
compiling
doesn't
is. Yeah.
process programming languages. The computer processes generally what's called machine language, and after you write a program, it has to be compiled, which
To
is a
make sure it can go into
translation,
machine language, right?
of the programming language to the machine language.
Right. That's actually a really good way to put it because most people don't think of compiling that way. So, very good contribution there. I don't know if there's any techies in the audience,
But it's just
but that
something
was a very
factual. If
good one.
anyone's written a computer program that um, the computer program can't run until it's been compiled. I mean, depending, some computer programs like you could run in depending on the platform it's operating, and that means translating, and you know that we're using these English words translating to machine language, and you know even logic is considered a language, but you know just to look at, we're speaking language, we're not speaking logic. Language has structure.
Yeah, the connection is that language, you could argue, has rules, but that's not even true because the rules are kind of like they evolve. So they're like these semi-static
It's a
rules.
rules why I use the word structure. Language has structure, and the structure of language is logical.
Mm,
So I mean,
yeah, I
if we
wouldn't phrase it like
question
that, but
whether
I see
language
what you're
actually
saying.
has rules, or you want to call the structure of language
I would say that language has a
rules,
pseudo logic. Language has a pseudo logic, but it's not logically closed. Like in the
so I
sense that
mean, these are all debatable
language can't
questions.
validate itself in any
These are all
reasonable way.
debatable questions, and it's a because the terms are used loosely for a wide array of things. Like logic could also be called a language. And then if you want to narrowly define the terms, where you're going to say that you're going to narrowly define logic or narrowly define language, even though there's a broad category of things that are all called languages, like including logic and computing, um, circuit logic and compute, machine language, programming languages. Chess is sometimes called a language, but so yeah, it's a little bit interesting, and so we might.
I'm glad that you're covering this topic.
So we cover that more, and so I was just talking. I was talking about quantum logic and the classical logic, and then I think Jennifer did some more like AI writing this week, and my guess is that the AI is searching. It's not
What did you
creating.
think, by the way?
Well, why does it make the point that it's not generating writing? I mean, some of it might be generated, but it's probably searching and compiling. That it's not actually
I
generating
could
the
try to
writing from.
explain to you how UBMs work, and then you get a feel for how AI works in general. And this probably does have a semi-UBM esque structure. It's also a neural net, but that's pretty easy to generalize from a UBM. Like, I don't think I ever managed to like get across what a UBM is to you before, possibly due to the fact that you seem to doubt my my old profession for some reason. But it's fine.
Um,
It's super interesting though. UBM, you can look at GMM, UBM, anything by Joseph Campbell. He's a fucking genius. Like, love that guy. Genius designer, basically responsible for, like, I don't want to say like Woznickian levels of influence over the field, but yeah, kind of.
okay, well, when we get to Altai, that was obvious. I can see obviously it was computer generated and not Jennifer generated, because
Well, the idea was Jennifer. Everything else was AI. I mean, lean into your strength. That's what I always say.
well, I mean, because you're not. Well, whatever reason why. So we'll see. Like, even if you could do a weekly
It's
review
because I'm
this
not
week.
used to articulating my own ideas. I'm used to helping others facilitate their ideas because that's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in articulating my own ideas.
Well, I would say that I was going to say the opposite, that you only articulate your own
I'm
ideas
interested in
as
articulating
opposed to
ideas to people that are
saying over
important.
other people's ideas. And that's when we look at your paper,
I'm interested in
you almost never
articulating
say over other
important
people's
ideas.
ideas. You almost
Important
exclusively
ideas
say
to
over your own
people.
ideas.
Yeah, me correcting misapprehensions about ideas that are important isn't me forwarding my own ideas.
Okay, so I did a stream this week on, and today I finished organizing. I was, trying to do what I'm going to do with my library next, and I I was going to organize the, I have different sections, psychology. I mean, they're all mixed up in, uh, the various non-Jewish books together. So I'd have to organize them, and yeah, I could probably make a psychology section, a science section, a business section, a politics section, um, consciousness, linguistics, depending on how I divide it. Um, and I didn't do it. So it got Wednesday, and I was like, oh, what I'm going to do. So I had Jewish biographies that were relatively together, and then I was able to pick out from the rest of my Jewish shelves biographies. So I did this week an introduction to the Jewish section of my library and biographies of great rabbis and sages. And then this afternoon, I largely organized the rest of my Jewish library. So I could probably do the next 3 or 4 weeks to finish my Jewish library, depending on, if I'm going to do some really long streams or not. I could, it may be like 5 weeks. So like, so I felt good about that. So this was good show. So made me think about my role, my identity, and so I made the
How's that
point.
going, by the way? Watch long-term fans of the show will know that Doovid's been having a bit of a midlife crisis, self-described lately. So, how's that going?
Yeah, so I think it was this, getting to my Jewish section of my library will help clarify it, and kind of like Charles Moskowitz, and people are asking my chat like about this rabbi and that rabbi, and I was saying that unless you're an Orthodox Jew, you probably haven't heard of any of these rabbis. So here are the Lubavitch Rebbe, which is probably like the only rabbi that anyone would have heard of. And so I was thinking of these books that are basically written by Orthodox rabbis for Orthodox Jews, and then there's not really a intersection between Orthodox rabbis and non-Jews. Maybe if you live in Brooklyn, or even if you live like in Metro Detroit, there's not really any intersection between the Orthodox rabbis and anyone else than Orthodox Jews. There's some intersection between Orthodox Jews and the general public, and there's community liaisons and Jewish organizations, but there's no real intersection between Orthodox Jews, Orthodox rabbis who are almost exclusively leaders among Orthodox Jews and don't really have any intersection to the wider public. And then there's also what they talk about. Orthodox rabbis basically only talk about Torah, Talmud, and things that are applicable to Orthodox Jews. So like people like Charles Moskowitz likes Rabbi Antelman or various people. What about this rabbi? What about that rabbi? Well, they're not really Orthodox. And some people like yes, he is. He says he's Orthodox, but in a general sense, like no, that's Orthodox rabbis are only concerned with the spiritual wisdom of Judaism, the Torah, and the text, and they don't really have opinions about popular issues. So there's almost nothing of general interest. Like you have Adam Green in his clips where he's even like counter-Semitic, but they're all talking about the correct interpretation of biblical prophecy or something like that. So I think my Judaism lays at the center of my identity crisis because I wanted to be, say like an Orthodox rabbi, but Orthodox rabbis' messages are basically exclusive to Orthodox Jews. And
Maybe you don't identify with that as much.
well, I don't really talk to any Orthodox Jews. No, I don't have any Orthodox Jews that follow me. So
it's not just that; it just seems like it's part of your philosophy to like have a wide audience. The whole
yeah,
I
so
don't
it's
want to censor anyone in my
odds,
chat thing.
it's at odds with Orthodox Judaism. And so just going over these books, and I could apply, I could say, okay, here's where I got some of these ideas, and these ideas maybe are useful, so say, to me as an Orthodox Jew who cares what the Orthodox rabbis say, who practices Orthodox Judaism. But it's not applicable to the general public. And then like, how are you going to stay over these ideas because the axioms are so different? So if I'm talking to an
Oh, I
Orthodox,
totally can relate to that. How do you, something, yeah. How do you bring something so far away to be relevant?
what it's saying is not relevant.
The thing is, it
And
is relevant. It just takes so much time to. I'm talking about for my own stuff. It is relevant. It's just it takes so much time to explain how it's relevant that you lose half the audience or everyone, basically.
what it's saying is not really relevant. Like so like Orthodox Judaism has no
I'm
relevance.
talking about my own thing because I was saying I can like relate to struggling
I
with
mean,
making stuff
so if we're
relevant.
talking about something and I could be like, oh, this rabbi or this statement in the Talmud or this lesson from Judaism has insight to it, and I could source it from Orthodox Judaism and it's relevant to the conversation. Um, and you said, well, there's general teachings from Orthodox Judaism that are relevant to everybody, but in general, like, no, Orthodox Judaism not relevant to everybody. And so that point in my identity, so I have to work through. It'd be like my narrative arc that but maybe over the next few weeks going through my Jewish section of the library, and then just thinking like no one's heard of these rabbis, no one's going to hear from them, and it's very difficult even to explain their relevance to a non-Jewish audience. And I would think even reform liberal, even like Luke Ford hasn't heard of many of these people, and might have the tendency to negate their importance, or like Charles Moskowitz hasn't really heard any of these people and would negate their importance. And so it was interesting, but I found it interesting to go through these biographies, and probably to the general audience, some, like people who watch Week in Review, I have a large section on Judaica, and a lot of the other stuff will be more relevant. So it was like um, clarifying to me this phenomenon that like no one would have ever heard of these rabbis, and there's really no way to pitch them to the general public, and it's probably similar to Hinduism. So you could look at like like the Lubavitch Rebbe, you could
I
consider
think
him like,
there's plenty of stuff you could do to make Hinduism look good to the general public.
but I mean, no one's going to care about um, a
Hinduism
long list of like
apologetics.
what of like a sampradaya. If you say like a
Nobody's
lineage,
going to care about a sampradaya unless they're joining one. I would agree with you on that. Sure.
yeah, I'm saying that like if you're ISKCON, there's a long list of gurus. Like Prabhupada's in a long line of lineage, and there's Lord Chaitanya, and there's a lot of various gurus, and there's precedents, and there's various things that, yeah, unless you join, it's not really relevant. It's not interesting, and even if you join, it's only minorly interesting because it's societal. So,
Well, I guess it
doing this,
depends on the sampradaya, right?
probably all sampradayas. I mean, even
Well, no, if you're joining with the, Supreme Personality of Godhead, I imagine the sampradaya becomes more relevant with time.
it's the similar claim like Catholicism or Orthodoxy. So the sampradaya meaning, Krishna consciousness, the belief that Krishna is real, walked to earth, gave over the Bhagavad Gita, Vayasudeva, and the Bhagavatam.
Literally not even how that story, like nobody thinks Krishna gave it over. Everyone thinks it was just chronicled by historians as a poem.
Well, I mean, no, that's heretical. And from the Orthodox perspective, and it's saying that ISKCON is an Orthodox school, and so like, no, Krishna spoke the Bhagavad Gita to Arjun, and I don't know the exact of when it was written down, who wrote it, and the transmission from one generation to the next to this generation. So if you're initiated by Prabhupada, like Radhanath Swami came to Detroit, Radhanath Swami, the Jewish boy from Chicago that went to India and a Prabhupada disciple. But Radhanath Swami did initiations in Farmington Hills, and Radhanath Swami in Orthodox Hindu theology is the direct bearer of the tradition of Krishna. Radhanath Swami was initiated by Prabhupada. Prabhupada was initiated going back to Lord Chaitanya, who goes back to Madhavacharya, and but there's a lineage of one generation till the next to Krishna, and that's the Orthodox theology that Krishna is real. These teachings are from Krishna to your mouth through your guru, which in this case would be Radhanath Swami. And so when you hear this, the words of Bhagavad Gita from Radhanath Swami, it's like hearing the words from Krishna, and that's the theory of the Sampradaya. And so if you don't have an Orthodox perspective, and you're saying like you don't believe that Krishna
Well, the idea of a
actually,
sampradaya is just the heritage of your guru, right?
no, I mean Sampradaya you could put into just a simple word, lineage, meaning that this is a disciple of this person from the previous generation, who is a disciple of this person from the previous generation, uh, who is a disciple so and so. But theoretically, the Sampradaya means from the gods, that your guru is speaking the words of the gods, and the Sampradaya is from the.
Lineage is the best translation.
But I'm saying in Orthodox theology, it means that it's not man-made, it comes from the gods. The
Yes, it's
gods,
the spiritual lineage.
the gods, in the same within Judaism, and like people say like, oh, Orthodox Jews, they don't study Torah, they just study Talmud. And it's like, no, in Orthodox Judaism, we consider Talmud Torah. We follow the sages of the generation. We don't follow the scripture because we believe that Moses created a lineage, and that the Orthodox rabbis of this generation speak for the prophets. They might not be prophets, but they have the authority of the prophets in a lineage going back, just like the Catholic Church, where the ordained priests uh, go back to Jesus through Peter, and then when they perform the sacraments, it's in the tradition of Jesus, literally. And so Hinduism, that means literally like the deities say, like, you believe Krishna is real, and you believe that Krishna initiated certain people, and that your guru, in this case, this case I referred to Radhanath Swami because he was just here doing initiations in Michigan recently, um, has a direct lineage to Krishna, and that lineage is known. Like if you open up, you know, Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is, that it opens up with the Sampradaya from Prabhupada to Krishna. And so the very first thing in the introduction is saying that Prabhupada is making the claim Krishna is real, and that he is in the lineage of Krishna, and to some extent, when you listen to him, it's like the words are coming from Krishna. And so I'm saying Orthodox Judaism, it's not one-to-one parallel, but it's basically parallel in Hinduism to that. And like Jennifer was saying, like, most Hindus are not, or I mean, actually they probably are, like, relatively in belief system, probably like half of Hindus are Orthodox in that manner if you ask them about their
Orthodox
beliefs.
in the Shankara sense, not in the Krishna sense.
Well, I mean, I believe Shankaracharya has a lineage to the deities.
That
He might
is a
be.
matter of scholastic interpretation, so I don't want to get
It's a
all
dispute
dragged.
among it's a dispute among followers of
That's what I'm
Shankaracharya.
saying. That's exactly what I meant by what I said. That's why I didn't want to get into a
I
big
mean, there
thing.
are people who have the lineage to Shankaracharya. There's followers of Shankaracharya. Then there's people who are initiated
That isn't
in
what
that lineage,
that's
and they
true,
claim
I'm
that they're
sure.
initiated.
That's not what I was saying.
So I'm making the point in the relation that if you're a believer, like in this, and you say, like, no, my guru has initiation from Shankaracharya, and I could list every single guru from him back to Shankaracharya. He was initiated by this person, who was initiated by this person, going back to Shankaracharya. And to that perspective, outside of the Orthodox Hinduism, no one cares, because one, they don't believe it, and even if you could convince them that there was some sort of line of transmission, and initiation ceremonies and student disciple relationships going back, they don't care. And so it's similar like that with Orthodox rabbis, that unless the Orthodox rabbi, like the Lubavitch Rebbe, performed things, people are interested in what the Lubavitch rabbi did, not in his line of succession. So, like, okay, he accomplished such incredible things that non-Orthodox Jews or other people are interested in his accomplishments. And it could be like that with um, modern day Hindu gurus, that your average person, like, wow, who is this person? Why are people following him like that? What's the source of his wisdom? And then when you have the explanation, well, it's not his wisdom, it's the wisdom of the gods. And the reason he has this wisdom is because he's part of this disciplic succession going back to the gods. And, the words out of his mouth are in essence like the words of the gods coming out of his mouth. And, however you're going to theologically understand that, most people are going to reject that, and they're not going to care, like, who these rabbis are, who these gurus are, or like in these various things, unless it directly matters to them. And so if you're a follower of Shankaracharya who believes that your modern day representative Shankaracharya represents Shankaracharya through disciplic succession, you might know all of the people in the line of transmission. But there might be an academic who would study the subject and would write about that. But it's basically only an insider would care about it because it's necessary to the theology. And if you're an outsider, the theology is only academically interesting. That's what I said, like the axioms that no one would accept. No one besides an Orthodox Jew would accept the axioms of Orthodox Judaism. No one but an Orthodox Hindu would accept the axioms of Orthodox Hinduism.
Yeah,
They
it
might
depends
accept
what it
the
depends how they were presented, I think.
Well, that's why I'm giving the example of Sampradaya.
Because if you present it as like it's good to be loyal to an ideology, I think a lot of people would agree with that. It's just super vague. And
You're,
it would describe a
the
perhaps
terms,
a
the
doctrine.
axioms of Hinduism, the axiom of
I would say that what
Judaism
I just said it
versus
would
the
describe
axioms of
both of them.
Orthodox Hinduism
I'd
or
say it's
Orthodox
general. Just
Judaism.
I was saying it could describe any of them just as a general model. So that's why I'm
Well, I'm
saying
saying that
like
that's
it
that
depends
I'm
how it's
using the word
presented.
Orthodox to differentiate that there's axioms of Hinduism.
If there's something in Orthodox Hinduism that happens to also be in physics, and I point that out, well, then they already knew about the least action principle. And me
But
saying
the
that's not dualism.
Orthodox
That's not
generally,
really.
the Orthodoxy is generally stating that the sages of this generation are in the disciplic succession and speak for the scripture. So you could say the axioms of Hinduism, like reincarnation, ahimsa, the Bhagavad Gita, are widely accepted. To say the axioms of a school of Orthodox Hinduism like ISKCON, to be like, well, Radhanath Swami is a modern day representative of Krishna in disciplic succession, and the implications or the axioms that come along with that, which some Hindus that are non-Orthodox might accept, but like non-Hindus certainly would reject all of that. You might find some occultists or spiritualists, Freemasons, that for whatever reason believe in disciplic succession and initiation rites. Um, you're just like the rabbis. They say like, well, the laws of the modern day rabbis have the authority of God. So that's a tenet of Orthodox Judaism, is that you know the will of God through the rulings of the modern day Orthodox rabbis. So, I wouldn't say that's a tenet of Judaism, that's a tenet of Orthodox Judaism. And most Jews reject it. And then basically all non Jews would reject it. There's no reason why anyone would accept that tenet, to say that the ruling of God is presented through these modern day sages. And that's probably like the dilemma from my identity crisis as an Orthodox Jew, and the complications of these
That's a very
systems.
logical dilemma to have, and very well expressed.
Yeah, so that's why the multiple truth hypothesis, and even to break it down to axioms, and argue like some Orthodox Jews or people who call themselves Orthodox Jews, under different tenets, who you may not even have heard of the rabbis I'm mentioning. Even like saying that
I just don't find like citing precedents like that works unless you're making basically a democratic argument where it's like, out of all the scholars, there was only ever 2% of people or whatever disagreed. So therefore, da da da.
Well, it's a
Not
much
as in,
stronger
I'm
claim
just saying
that
there's so many scholars that how could you cite one?
it's a much stronger claim that no one outside of the school would, like, if like Lord Chaitanya, from the Gaudiya mouth ISKCON perspective, is Krishna. Krishna came back 500 years ago in the form of Lord Chaitanya. That's doctrine. If you're part of that school, Orthodox school of Hinduism, you have to accept that Lord Chaitanya was Krishna. And so if you could be a generic Hindu who's not even a follower of Krishna and have some acceptance, well, maybe Lord Chaitanya, possibly he was Krishna. But like outside of that, like outside of Hinduism, almost no one's going to accept that tenet. Like, I don't even believe in Krishna, let alone that you're going to tell me this guy 500 years ago was Krishna also. And then even Jennifer might be like, I don't think, Lord Chaitanya like might have been one of the sages, but to say he was actually
No,
Krishna,
I
like
wasn't even
literally.
taking issue with that. I was just saying it was important to distinguish between a few things, and that Sampradaya meant
Yes,
no
I was making the point of
on
the
that.
difficulty of
It
Um,
is complicated to explain lineage in some sense because how do you explain Ramayan? How do you explain that from a lineage perspective if God's just taking birth to smite his enemies? You
well,
know,
I'm
it's a bit
making a separate
confusing.
point about orthodoxy, where I'm using the word orthodoxy, and I would say orthodoxy like Catholicism, Orthodox Christianity, Orthodox schools of Hinduism, Judaism, that the axiom is that the present day leaders of the movement basically speak for God. In terms of like a Protestantism where they reject orthodoxy and like the scripture, like okay, where does it say that in Bhagavad Gita? And to say what's Bhagavad Gita got to do with that? We don't follow when we follow Bhagavad Gita, but we follow what the present day leaders of the organization says, even if it doesn't say it in Bhagavad Gita. And that's like Orthodox Judaism. Like, well, where does it say that in Torah? Where does it say in the Talmud? I'm like, I don't care. We follow the present day leaders of the generation, like God acts through them. And like the Catholic Church, and I'm making that as one of the. Some people might argue, but I'm largely defining that as a fundamental tenet of orthodoxy. So within Orthodox Judaism, if you're an Orthodox Jew, like the rabbis, like people go to the rabbi and they do what the rabbi told them, no questions asked. I mean, they might ask questions or explanation, but to some extent, asking the rabbi is like asking God, and not to like not a form like idol worship or that sense, but it's saying that there's a belief that God delivers the current day message to the generation through the rabbis. And if you don't have that belief level, you're not within the school. And the rabbis are not merely, just people or great wise men or sages. They have reached some sort of level where they have God acts through them. And you could definitively decipher the will of God from the modern day leaders of the generation. And I mean, I would say that in that sense, um, I don't know if Jennifer would be, in a school of orthodoxy, but
Well, my attitudes are orthodox and Hinduism, quote unquote.
I mean, do you have recognized modern day sages that you believe God speaks through, or that the will of God at least could be deciphered through, even if
Well,
you
the
don't believe in?
orthodox precepts are revelation and remembrance as the uh, most fundamental ways of identifying uh, knowledge.
I mean, revelation through a modern day representative
So it
through the
would be a
sampradaya.
modern day representative. I would be open to that possibility if they had some evidence of revelation or remembrance that was something worthwhile.
Well, just sampradaya alone to say,
This
Radhanath
wouldn't
Swami
be a
says,
sampradaya. This would be pre that. But in terms of the sampradaya, do I accept the concept? Sure. I don't know what you're asking me about modern sampradayas. I think there's been a
you
lot of
accept the authority of that there is such a thing as modern day leaders of the generation, and that you could verify and determine the modern day leaders of the generation through various methods, including being part of a valid sampradaya. That I
sure.
mean, they might have to have had, not just like any initiated person represents God, but that the modern day representatives of God will be from a legitimate disciplic succession that will be clear and verifiable, like the Orthodox rabbis, so to say. That if you believe that that scripture or the rabbis, that you could verify that these are the modern day representatives of that lineage, just like within the various schools of Hinduism, like like the local Hare Krishna person, maybe at your temple, but the traveling guru, uh, that you verify, yes, this person is a legitimate representative of this ancient sampradaya. So we talk more about this, but that was one of the interesting insights that I had when I was doing this, thing on these biographies, is that no one's heard of these rabbis besides the Lubavitch Rebbe, and outside of Orthodox Jews, no one really even cares. Um, And so that was, had some sort of effect on me as I was doing it, because I put so much of my life into seeking out these rabbis, studying under some of these rabbis, serving some of these rabbis, going to their institutes, reading their biographies, trying to incorporate their wisdom into my life, and just thinking like no one's ever heard of them. Even most Jews never heard of these guys, these rabbis. And even most Jews in my local area, they don't care about these rabbis. Even if I told them about these rabbis, they wouldn't accept their authority. So it was, putting in perspective to me life decisions I've made and a certain reality that even if I believe that this is true, most people never heard of this stuff, don't care about it, and even if I could explain it to them, would most likely reject it.
Ah, well, one thing that's nice is being able to articulate that, even if it is a bit sad, because when you can say it, it's sort of a step perhaps in getting past it.
I'll just say this one famous story from an earlier Lubavitch Rebbe to add the further sadness, where there's, like a lot of people will make their guru large by saying like miracle stories where they took the advice of their Rebbe and things worked out well. And, so there's a story with a bunch of disciples of various Rebbes sitting around, and they're saying like, my rabbi gave me this advice, and and I became a very wealthy man, or my rabbi gave me this advice, and like I found my wife and built up a huge family. And the Lubavitcher says, I took my rabbi's advice, and these horrible things happened to me. And so other people looking around like, well, that's no miracle. What's the big thing about that? He's saying that I'm still my Rebbe's disciple. And so there's a certain aspect of the accepted sadness that, okay, I followed my guru, even though it didn't lead to success, but I have the vindication that I didn't forsake my guru. I stuck with his advice and in his directives, even though it proved to be unsuccessful. Um, but then also, saying like, no, I think relatively I've had quite a bit of success from the directives. There are people who do follow the directives of, even though the majority of, like a hidden secret society, there are people that do take these rabbis seriously and would, recognize, no, like Doovid was a sincere follower of these rabbis. And, so I would have some acceptance within these smaller circles, and then just a belief of the teaching. Say like, well, really, I wanted to follow God. I wanted to follow my understanding of God, and I believed that the teachings of God were to be found by these modern day representatives of this ancient movement. And even if it's largely rejected by modern society, that I could understand God through that, saying like, I'm part of something timeless. I'm part of something that's wisdom will last, and these other things are not lasting wisdom. So, and there's also the cultic type perspective where we're saying, well, I'm a true follower. It really is us up against the world. That like Jennifer saying, like saying, well, what does it mean when you appear on modern day debate and every single comment in the chat is bad about you? Well, it's like a vindication, because it is us against the world. Like it literally is just a handful of disciples up against the whole world. And if you didn't know that it was going to be that way, you
That's
didn't
not
really
at all
understand
how
it.
I wasn't trying to portray that as me as some kind of like a tragic hero there, taking the arrows of people saying, is that a biological male for the 500th time?
Was this the real Gandalf back this time? We've had some fake Gandalfs back, but good to see you if so. And Gandalf might be a really high IQ person who has heard about some of these rabbis who would just find it interesting, and like Freemasonry and other things. Where I was saying that I've been talking to the guy Oswald about Gurdjieff, and like Doovid has like encyclopedic, systematic understanding of the occult, and I could name tens, maybe even hundreds of societies that have supposed disciplic succession to some sort of ancient truth. So, let's move on. And if that is Gandalf, you want to pop on and share some wisdom. We had some fake Gandalfs in the chat. Um, so I was looking like biography in the, so in the classical sense, the rabbi biographies are in the classical great men, and even more so than the great men, like the Roman great men. In the times of the Roman and Greek, most great men claimed they were descended from the gods, and uh, and that was their understanding of why they were great. So if you had like a biography of some of the famous Romans and Greeks, they give their lineage to the gods, and sometimes it's only like 5, 10 generations. Like my grandma's grand was part of like was fathered by Zeus or whatever god that they believe they came into being through, and like Luke was talking about hero. Uh, the classical definition of hero is godlike accomplishments, implying that a hero is no common person. A hero is part God, in the literal classical understanding of what a hero meant. That a person had to have literal godlike abilities, and said like you can't do what a hero did because the hero is not a normal human. The hero is part God, as opposed to like the
Yeah, they
modern
call them
day.
demigods, I think, traditionally, right?
Well, hero literally means demigod.
Oh, is that what you were alluding to?
Yeah, so it's like a lot of classical literature and biography were heroes and demigods, and so people when they wrote their biographies gave their lineage to the gods, claiming that they were direct descendants of the pagan gods. Um, and the modern day biography uh, talks like Samuel Adams, Samuel Johnson. Um, I mentioned Benjamin Franklin's autobiography. But the modern day biography starts a few hundred years ago, and then the academic subject of history, where you'd have a critical biography, is maybe even in the last post World War II era. So like I mentioned, so the modern day rabbis, you have stuff from Talmudic times where we don't have that much biographical information. Most of the stories we have about rabbis going back are kind of like legends of rabbis, and the current day biographies that are written, by Orthodox rabbis for Orthodox Jews are kind of in this legends of rabbis, and they might have like a upbringing in the making of a legend, and the saying like like average people could become legends through submitting to the teachings. That you're the modern day rabbis are not normal people; they're heroes, they're legends, but they were born normal people, and they submitted themselves to the process, and through submission to the process became the legends that you could accept God acted through these people in some sort of supernatural way, but as said, not because they were descended from the gods, but because they submitted to the process that we believe uh, exists or is open today, uh, to people within the system, or conceivably open to everybody. So that was also interesting, looking thinking about my I wasn't reading the chat if Parmenides had a question he was asking me, but as said, that was my point, that no
We
one
can't
cares.
like necessarily go into all these topics because it might put the channel at risk too. The guy,
Yeah, so he should
I
come to
don't
my
know why
channel, ask
Les
these questions.
Glassman's channel got taken down, but you know what I mean? I have no clue.
So this also is in relation
This guy
to.
is literally the before knowledge, after
I thought he was
knowledge.
your buddy like a year ago. I thought
Bojack.
you told me like he's your IRL buddy.
IRL buddy. No, I've talked to him like one time. I'm not on unfriendly terms with him. I don't know him though.
You talked to him IRL, or you on a stream with him?
But yeah, he's like said some pretty weird stuff.
I mean, you used to share his stuff. Like you used to always like, did you see the latest Arvil video? And like, I'm pretty sure I heard of him through you. Um, I mean, he's somewhat in the alt right, you like Joel Davis, Keith Woods, or various international alt right figures. Um, but yeah, I mean, it was you who used to share his stuff, and he has interesting things like his course on Platoism, and you related to this hero system, Sampradaya. He's talking about Atlantis and the global elite, and the claim that the global elite is some sort of lineage through Atlantis. And it's interesting he mentions, I still have um, the book on my desk, the Julian Jaynes, The Origins of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. And so it's interesting uh, he mentioned that in his talking where the claim that Jaynes makes from an evolutionary point of view was that great men's voices entered other people, that like religious leaders, that their voice became the voice in other people's head, and it could have been evolutionary. So exactly how Julian Jaynes understands it, and then Arvil's interpretation. But Julian Jaynes proposes it evolutionary, that consciousness evolved and it didn't evolve in all people at the same time, and that some people evolved this ability, and then those people who evolved the ability became religious leaders, and then their voice became the voice in other people's heads. And that was like Jaynes' kind of explanation of religion, as where Arvil is. I'm not sure if he's an Atlantis follower. If he, it's ironic. I had a childhood friend whose like mother was some sort of like Atlantis mystic and had some sort of new age psychic advice center where she did like readings, but like I think she believed in Atlantis also. Um, but if his claim is that there's some super conscious beings and it might be genetic as opposed to sampradaya initiation based, although I think he mentions both possibilities, and that this ability to implant ideas in other people's head sources from Atlantis, that was like, so to say, the power of the gods, that the gods could use some form of telepathic energy, maybe even telekinesis, but certainly that they had some ability to put ideas in other people's heads. And I'm not sure actually if that is why you put.
Why I sent the link is because it's a train wreck of a travesty of a butchering of history, and it's
Well,
pathetic.
what your red pill thing that you put for the title of this show is red pill, the ability to read anybody's mind and control their thoughts at will. And if that was based on
You didn't
Arvel,
read the blue pill. It
well,
was
I'm saying
because of the blue pill.
that's
It was
an
because, like,
that's
what
what
could be better
Arvel is
than the
saying.
first one? It's like, what could be better than the first one? It's like
Blue pill tastes like garlic bread,
garlic
right? So
bread squash.
red pill is in essence what Arvel is saying about Atlantis, the power to implant ideas in other people's heads.
Hmm.
And I actually found it interesting, and since I was talking about the Orthodox rabbis, um, obviously that's a different. It's similar to Atlantis. That the concept that God's word is manifested through the present day sages is very similar to what Arvel is saying about Atlantis and these special uh, mental abilities, and it's different than the Arya Samaj. And I don't mean like
Yeah,
the
no kidding.
well, I mean there's different schools of the because the Aryas as this enlightened ancient people, and there's different schools of understanding of what is this Arya Samaj. Did um, Saraswati Dayananda just call his movement the Arya Samaj because it was the attempt to reestablish the principles of ancient times? Did he claim to be an Aryan, a descendant of this ancient people? Did he claim
He
that
didn't want
he
anything
had
to do
some
with
sort of
anything to
hidden
be
lineage
in the. He
where,
didn't want
where
to be
that this
famous in the
lineage
whole
was
thing.
always was
Oh,
lost, but there had always been some fragment of the population that had kept it, and that he was initiated by
his
the
guru
people.
was known as the best Sanskrit scholar in India. There you go.
But I don't think he claimed necessarily to be that he referred more to the principles of the ancient Aryans as opposed to some sort of extant tradition from this
I think you could
ancient.
argue that that main book doesn't really lean so heavily on the sampradaya aspect of things. Yeah.
Well, so saying that the teachings were largely lost, possibly completely lost, and that so when he
Which
called
teachings about sampradaya?
no the teachings of the ancient Aryans. So when he called his society the Arya Samaj is in reference to the ancient Arya Samaj. I mean, the ancient Aryans were also the Arya Samaj, and the modern day movement of the Arya Samaj was a revivalist movement to reinstate those principles of the ancient Arya Samaj. I think Samaj just means like brotherhood or society. So the Arya Samaj is like the society of Aryans. And so, I mean, it's
Not meaning white people, meaning noble people.
well, that's why I
Asterisk.
have Arvel, the blue-eyed man, and he's not talking about Aryans. He's talking about Atlantis, and Atlantis
Yeah, the
is
mystical ancient blue-eyed people.
well. So I mean, ironically, not ironically, but I'm saying that the Nazis and the Aryans didn't claim to be the modern day tradition of Atlantis. They claim to be the modern day Aryans mentioned in Vedic scripture. So I mean, Arvel is not talking. He's not claiming he's an Aryan. He does some parallel to the Aryans, but he's saying the Atlantis, uh, the Greek legends. By just giving a parallel to the Aryans, and then the different interpretations. That one that there's a people that the Aryans existed and were this ancient perfected society, and your society went off track, and but there's descendants of these people that are alive today. And there's a tradition that the tradition was lost, but there were meaning society degenerated, but there were within every generation people who knew these ancient secrets and held to the standard of these ancient secrets and found disciples in each generation to pass on. And then there's just the revival movement based off of what we know of them. And it could also include concepts like reincarnation, or various schools. But it's just interesting in that sense. I did find some insight in Arvel's video. So it's ironic because I thought you used to be his buddy, but I didn't even say like I mean you could
I was
disagree with
never
him.
unfriendly with him, but I've talked to him one time. So how can I mean? I don't know why you want to present it this way. It's like I'm buddies with him. I agree with him. It's like neither of those things are true, and I think it's insulting to present history that way, demeaning.
I said I thought, so you corrected that. I just thought so like if I know things because of what I thought
I
you
don't
had
have
told
any
me.
problems with anybody. Moving on.
Okay, so here's Stanford Classical Liberalism Initiative, a new YouTube page, and they had some sort of conference on like freedom, academic freedom, and had a lot of various personalities: Steven Pinker, Niall Ferguson, Peter Thiel, uh, the people from the Goodfellows at Hoover Institute, and some other figures. Some of the people that appear on the Glenn Show and various things. I watched like half of these. Some of them are mildly interesting. Here's a quick Roger Penrose. Consciousness must be beyond computable physics. That may have been better in relation to what I was showing about um, quantum logic. But just saying, what is consciousness? And he's not a dualist, so like he's definitely not advocating dualism. It's unclear exactly what he is advocating, but so see, he's still around, still talking. Here was Lex Friedman had the guy who programmed the latest. This one wasn't Alpha Zero, but an AI poker program that beat the top poker players. And there, with the gambling and bluffing, it was unsure whether AI would beat poker, and so it did. It beat them badly, the top players in the world, and one of the programmers. And yeah, I mentioned a message to Jennifer that neither one of them appeared to have heard of chunking theory. So, ironically, I guess top programmers in AI um, weren't familiar with chunking theory. I think Ashish Delay, though, this actually published last week, but I didn't
Just a
share
bit
it.
like vague, because I mean, how is a histogram not chunking theory?
What it is, I was saying they didn't seem to know of chunking theory.
When you reference something too generally, people will be not necessarily super eager to agree with you because they don't understand what you're saying. Tease someone who is misunderstood frequently.
You're talking about my saying that Lex Friedman and the AI expert didn't know about chunking theory?
Well, just in general, that to reference something as chunking theory isn't something, the association between histograms and chunking theory isn't something most people make, even though it's technically true. So it's very general. So I'm inclined to agree because I understand what the statement is actually saying. That's all. And plus, I mean, you should have known already. They didn't know what the fuck they were talking about based on Lex admitting that nobody who works in AI knows how this shit works.
Yeah, he didn't even know chunking theory. So just, I mean, it's
Okay.
surprising their level of education that you would think that they would know chunking theory, but they don't. So here's Ashish Delela at let's read the quick intro. We can scan through the breadth of Vedic text and we will not find anyone asking for proof of God's existence or someone providing it voluntarily. That doesn't mean we cannot provide an argument for God's existence based on what is already present in Vedic text. In this post, I'll present an argument by elaborating on 4 sentences from the first verse in the Brahma Samhita. It's kind of long, but it's interesting. You've been following Ashish Delay's work regularly. Because Jennifer was moving away from, I don't know if you made any progress on it this week. Like we discussed the week before a history of signal processing, and then she said want to do like a whole history of computers. So, did you do anything towards that
Talk
this
about
week?
that a bit.
What?
I said I can talk about that a bit. I realized why you thought that I was writing about signal processing is because of some notes that I had on my piece of paper that was saying signal processing
Because
consciousness.
that's what you said.
Uh-huh.
If
Well,
you
that was
misspoke or
my,
changed your mind,
well, it
I
was
thought it
part of
because
my
that's what you
evolving
said.
thought process at the time. I just hadn't concluded yet. Still sort of open-ended. So I still do want to include aspects of signal processing, but more in the computer, the context of a personal computer, not as a, and in itself, as in I don't want to cover the topic of signal processing or the history of it exclusively. I don't think that would be very interesting.
So did you do anything towards it this week? We could go over it. I'll try to finish up quickly.
Oh, there's no rush. Take your time. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, I sent you those two things, and I've just been working on like the order in which the ideas came about and seeing if I can like compress them down anymore.
Yeah, so there's a computer of history museum that appears to be well funded by some of the bigger computer companies, and they have tons of interviews and seminars and even archival historical footage. I shared this with Jennifer. Here was this text I was talking about last week that mentioned like one of the first major textbook on signal processing. And so I mentioned the historical perspective. There's like not even a paragraph, just a section of one chapter about the history. And the history up to the 1950s is just in one paragraph. And, you know, talking about numerical techniques of calculus that, so, I mean, calculus, I guess, is important, but from this author's perspective, it's mostly the numerical method techniques of calculus, like Newton's method that we were discussing last week. But you're showing this, I was saying like there's a whole bunch of stuff on the history of computers. I only found one book, and it wasn't even that good, on the history of signal processing. Most books on signal processing, like this is what you get. Uh, the history is like just one section of the introductory chapter and the pre-1950s history. This doesn't even mention um, the Claude Shannon paper that was, I think it was like 1947 or something like that. And here, just a brief outline.
So it doesn't mention the Claude Shannon paper, meaning what? They're incompetent, or the Shannon paper's overstated its importance, something like that.
Well, I'm saying there is no real history of signal processing. So that is the Wikipedia in the history of signal processing quoted this textbook that it said one of the definitive textbooks. And so we were talking last week on the show, and so I found a copy of the textbook, just to see what it said, because what it said on Wikipedia was a little unclear. And no, I mean, whatever reason, no one's really been that serious about the history of signal processing, and the textbooks.
Here's a hint as to why it's an incredibly difficult subject matter that's super obscure and poorly understood. Don't you remember that one time we had that logic thing where the person was like, "Oh, I'm going to write 5 bits," and then they only got partway through it and they gave up? People never, or not never, but it's very rare for someone to actually get anywhere with these endeavors. It requires a level of composite knowledge that historically, without the internet, just would have been
last week. There's 100
impossible.
textbooks on signal processing. Just University of Michigan has like 10 different courses in electrical engineering on signal processing. That's like one of the first definitive textbooks. So saying the people who understand signal processing, maybe engineers.
Okay, just because there's books being written about it, maybe the topic in the book is more focused on the applied parts because that's what's in demand. That doesn't mean that people understand the theoretical basis of it.
Yeah, but that could be
like,
their engineering textbooks.
Even if the theoretical basis is covered in the book.
I didn't even find a physics book. Like I said, all of the, and even looking, I don't know if there's a physics course on signal processing. You could probably have a physics course on signal processing, and that's what I claimed to Jennifer, who said she took a course on signal processing, to which I speculated that it would have been in the School of Electrical Engineering, because as far as I know, signal processing only exists within the field of electrical engineering. They don't offer physics courses on signal processing.
It wasn't physics either,
there could
but
be
okay.
such a thing.
It wasn't physics either, but okay. It wasn't even
when I was in university.
It was a professional training thing, and I didn't want to go into it.
It was through the
anyway, moving on.
IEEE.
Moving on.
Okay, well, I've been saying that I'm speculating it was through the IEEE.
It wasn't IEEE. No, and I don't want to keep playing a fucking guessing game of who it was or wasn't. Can we just move on?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to divulge your information, but if you're claiming that I'm wrong without divulging,
I'm not claiming that you're wrong. It's fine. I'm just saying signal processing. Yeah, it's not very well understood because it's an evolving field, and it involves stuff that people don't really
I mean,
understand,
you're making
like
kind of
analog to digital conversion.
you're making somewhat of a false claim. You're saying signal
Oh, sure.
processing is well understood.
There's a lot of books about it that probably contain a lot of practical applications because that's what's in demand, meaning
That
it's
are
not
well
well
understood.
understood. It's only well understood at the pragmatic level, which means it's not understood at the theoretical level, probably because it's not a very old field. And usually it takes a while for field to get going. Like, have we really even had much theoretical analysis on something like calculus? No, because it's just not, it doesn't get done. Stuff doesn't get analyzed from the perspective of ideas.
Yeah, so it's a well enough developed field that University of Michigan has 10 different courses on it.
Of course. And I'm sure the courses are great, but they're great because they're focusing on practical applications. Like this would be the case for literally any field. Calculus has been around for 400 years and we still don't have like a history of maths department. Why is that? It's too fucking hard.
No, I don't think it's because it's too hard.
Okay, sure. Well, let's find all those philosophy of calculus textbooks and go through the justification for why calculus works. Oh, right.
Well, I showed on my math books, tour my math books.
That is
multiple
a
books.
derivation of calculus within its own axioms. Try justifying the Euclidean axioms.
Well, I'm saying that many of these books have the historical precursors development of calculus going back to
and yet over all this time
times.
no one can justify the Euclidean axioms. And you're saying how come we don't have like this great understanding of history? It's like that would come from a justification of axioms to be a lot more clear what was going on, but we don't have that because we're limited to Euclidean geometry. But yeah, what else do you expect? I mean, we don't have complete historical records either, because like imagine how would they know what to keep in the historical records to know what would be relevant for the development of signal processing all these years later? Because like, is consciousness a signal? You can't disprove that it is, but we don't treat it as such. It's just a like, I bet even if you talk to someone in the field and ask them to define a signal, they couldn't give you a good enough definition that you could start making measurements from it that would mean anything. There's an argument in the chat. Consciousness is signal processing. We should all be experts at it. That's exactly... No, what I said should lead you to conclude the exact opposite of that. Is that putting energy towards one thing precludes it being put towards another thing. So if you're super advanced in a practical way, you're not as advanced in a theoretical way, and vice versa. That's how it tends to go. Unless you intercede to synthetically arrange energies between intentions.
Well, it's a confusion in terms. I mean, say, okay, of expertise or signal processing. I mean, our body performs signal processing very well and efficiently. Does that make us an expert, or who is the I if it's involuntary?
Yeah, exactly. So no would be like, but you can't deny that our voice is being recorded and transmitted by a phone, that's signal processing. Certain person who said that phones didn't have anything to do with signal processing last week.
Who was that?
It was Daryl.
Did he change his name in the chat?
No, he hasn't commented in a while, but anyway.
So
yeah,
I found a few basic things, and I mean, we'll see if Jennifer was just kind of, God forbid, talking out of her ass or something last week, or she's actually going to follow through to do something of this. But I give a few links on the history of computers. And I think this one is what it says from the Encyclopedia Britannica. And usually histories of the computer look something like this, saying like a speculation of, computers, computation, counting on fingers, uh, ancient devices like the abacus to logarithmic tables, the slide rule, uh, where you have the concept of what computers do in terms of performing computations and how in ancient times people perform the computation to mechanical devices like the slide rule and abacus. Um, also, mathematical ideas like the logarithmic tables that also uh, you had early mechanical devices like Napier's logarithmic table that the logarithm is the power behind the slide rule relatively. I think my dad has. I think my dad's old enough. He had a slide rule. My dad's actually got a few books on working the slide rule, but usually you think like, okay, the precursor to the computer is the slide rule, and then you have Pascal, who has a mechanical device that could do addition and subtraction. Leibniz also developed a mechanical device to perform mathematics, but it could also do multiplication and divide. Um, we've talked about some of these in the past. Babbage and Ada Lovelace. To the advent of electricity, where then you had vacuum tubes, where you have the creator of the microprocessor and the huge advancement we've seen in the last 70 years of computers with the creation of the microprocessor and using electric circuits to perform these calculations. And signal processing coming from possibly divergent history of using electric signals like the laying of the telegraph for communication, but not for computation, and then the creation of the microprocessor. But here's generic. I said this is I think what you'd find in Encyclopedia Britannica on the history of computers. Here was another page that I had found on just a pretty quick history of the computer, and it's similar. Saying like Jennifer wants to talk about the history of ideas, mathematical ideas, and logic. Also, to put that together, most of these are just focusing on the device. So obviously, the abacus. It's possible that like addition or basic mathematics developed independent of logic, that you could say, okay, logic is a precursor to arithmetic, although that's even debatable with like, Gödel's incompleteness theorem of whether math is logic or they're divergent fields. Um, but there's earlier evidence for mechanical devices for math than there is for logic itself. Um, but like Jennifer's interest, she wants to focus on the history of some of these mathematical ideas. Most of the history of computers don't include that, and they refer to the mechanical devices, and they don't refer to the history of the computations that the mechanical devices were designed to perform. And then if Jennifer was going to do her due diligence in the history, it'd be an interesting question of, like I mentioned, that trigonometry um, predating geometry, that the first the study
Oh
of
yeah, that
triangle.
is like super important, isn't it?
Well, because you had reasonably but falsely assumed that geometry predated trigonometry, when in fact trigonometry predates geometry. And
Clearly,
it's like,
trigonometry is a type of geometry, so you must be confused. But maybe in the Greek tradition, you could say triangles are somehow primordial or primitive.
well, it's just like that's historical. It's saying that the first evidence, one of the very first evidence we have is for trigonometry and the study of triangles. And that's why you find like proofs of the Pythagorean theorem in almost all ancient traditions. A generalized theory of shapes in general comes later. So it's anachronism to say that trigonometry is part of geometry, because trigonometry predates geometry, which is a generalized. So now you say trigonometry could be under the umbrella of geometry, but historically trigonometry came before geometry. And even conceptually, just to understand the importance of a generalized theory of shapes, that the first shape to be studied was the triangle, and that there doesn't appear to be a study of the generalized theory of shapes predating the triangle. The first thing that comes is a generalized study of triangles, and then after that has a generalized study of shapes that would include the triangle. And just like computation, there's very early evidence of addition um, before logic. So you could argue that well, addition is based on logic, but even if people, however you understand history and the advent of man, that addition comes before logic. So if you're talking the foundational ideas and you just want to organize it, or you actually want an accurate chronology according to the best sources of history. So, you just recognize that computation.
Well, the chronology is important, and it's also what I'm trying to do is to show how the ideas are building off each other by their similarities.
So just say computation predates logic, even just in the same, like trigonometry predates geometry. So you can say, well, computation is based off logic, but before people, from what we know, had logic, they had computation. And that's why, like the Britannica, the history of computers, is counting on fingers. In here, they even have like Napier's bones, and
I just think it's maybe a bit of a mistake to be that adamant about anything that far back in history. It's like this definitely came first before that. It's like, whoa.
yeah, I was saying this stuff there's actual evidence for. So if you're
Well, you
talking
said
about
computation
archaeology,
comes before
so according
logic.
to your understanding of logic and what should have been versus what there's actual evidence for, and that would be through the archaeological record.
If I accepted the archaeological record as valid, sure.
Yeah, so if you're going to argue with it, you're going to say, well, I insist that geometry came before trigonometry,
I'm not going to say that. That
even though the
wasn't what I was
archaeological
planning. I
record
don't know what you're talking about. Can we
would
just
point
back
to the
up
opposite.
to a point where I can follow what you're talking about? Because I didn't say any of that.
Well, that's why I say, how do we know this stuff is through the archaeological record?
Um, books,
Books.
scholarly books, also.
Well, I'm saying
Because you
books.
can consult scholarly books to get an idea of how far along an idea is, like how well understood is. Like I've never read. Have you ever read
Books are
the
only like
original
2,500 years old. The first book,
Leibniz, or have you read original Leibniz or Newton when they were developing calculus?
well, I mean, Leibniz is in French,
So
and I've read
I'll take that as
translations.
an you've read the translation then of Leibniz?
I've read, yeah, in fact, I have open on my desk here uh, the translation and commentary of Leibniz's monology.
I'm referring to specifically his work with calculus.
Yeah, obviously Leibniz wrote in French, so I've seen, I've read translations of some of his
Because
original
I think what
essays.
he's famous for philosophically is not really the same as what he's famous for with regards to calculus.
Well, if we're talking just back to the archaeological record, the reason for the archaeological record is because the archaeological record predates books. Writing comes into existence about 5,000 years ago, according to mainstream understanding of history. And the book doesn't come into existence till like 2,000, 2,500 years ago with the use of parchment. And so when you're looking for the origins, the earlier history, you have the archaeological record that could theoretically accurately date things. So you say, well, trigonometry predates geometry in the archaeological record. We have uh, evidence of trigonometry going back, let's say, 4,000 years in the archaeological record. So, I mean, it's possible that there was stuff known, but there's no evidence for it in the archaeological record. But in terms of evidence, we're in that, past the book, our evidence is the archaeological record. But yeah, I mean, most books on computers don't cover this, and they don't cover the theoretical history of computation. I mean, because it's a huge subject. So here's actually this book that I was referring to. This is actually a second edition. So here's an internet copy. It's probably post copyright. So this was the second edition of the first book ever written on signal processing. This one's called Discrete Time Signal Processing by Oppenheim and Schaefer. And I think the original 1965 one was just called Signal Processing. And this is the second edition. And this is where I pulled out that thing about the history of it. You can see it's a 900-page book, introduction, discrete time and signals, and the introduction is only 7 pages, and has like 1.5 pages on history, which includes less than one paragraph on the pre-1950s history in this close to 900-page book that talks in depth about discrete time systems, Fourier transform, Z transform, continuous time signals, linear time invariant systems, and so on and so on. So, but this is the first. This is the second edition of the first textbook on signal processing. Any academic people? Okay, blessings, Gandalf. Okay, so I had some stuff to advance on the multiple truth hypothesis, on this Bayesian concept of explanatory value, and also like for the history of computer, where we talk about computational logic and then philosophy, and to have a crossover explanatory value in terms of a mathematical. So Bayesian systems have what is referred to as explanatory value that is part of the equation. So are you familiar with this?
Not as a decomposition like that.
So here's a recent paper, From Probabilities to Consilience, How Explanatory Values Implement Bayesian Reasoning. So let me just read the abstract and then look at some of these notes here. Recent work in cognitive science has uncovered a diversity of explanatory values or dimensions along which we judge explanations as better or worse. We propose a Bayesian account of how these values fit together to guide explanation. The resulting taxonomy provides a set of predicators or predictors for which explanations people prefer, and shows how core values from psychology, statistics, and philosophy of science emerge from a common mathematical framework, in addition to operationalizing the explanatory virtues associated with, for example, scientific argument making. This framework also enables us to reinterpret the explanatory vices that drives conspiracy theories, delusions, and extremist ideologies. So Are you in a hurry? You mind if I read some of this?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought this was pretty good. This is very similar to active inference, and I actually found some slides also. I'll put those in the chat now if anyone wants to look through those now. Intuitively, philosophically, and as seen in laboratory experiments, explanations are judged as better or worse on the basis of many different criteria. These explanatory values appear in early childhood, and their influence extends to some of the most sophisticated social knowledge formation processes we know. We lack, however, an understanding of the origin of these values or an account of how they fit together to guide belief formation. The multiplicity of values also appears to conflict with Bayesian models of cognition, which speaks solely in terms of degrees of belief and suggests we judge explanations as better or worse on the basis of a single quantity like posterior likelihood. In this opinion, we show how to resolve these conflicts by arguing that previously identified explanatory values capture different components of a full Bayesian calculation and, when considered together and weighed appropriately, implement Bayesian cognition. The framework shows how key explanatory values identified by laboratory experiments and philosophers of science, co-explanation, descriptiveness, precision, unification, power, and simplicity, emerge naturally from the mathematical structure of probabilistic inference, thereby reconciling them with the Bayesian model of cognition. Second, it shows how these values combine to produce preferences for one explanation over another. Third, it emphasizes new conceptual distinctions, such as one between explanatory values that can be assessed before the arrival of data, theoretical values, and those that can only be assessed after the arrival of data, empirical values. Finally, it enables us to reinterpret work on the characteristic deviations from normative patterns of explanation that drive phenomena such as conspiracy theories, delusions, and extremist ideologies. It also resolves a tension in the influential philosophical account of inference to the best explanation, IBE. Have you heard of IBE, inference to the best explanation?
I've heard of active inference, but not this per se.
This is like a sister school to this expression, IBE, inference to the best explanation, which is an important concept, which says belief formation is or should be guided by explanatory considerations. While some hold that inference to the best explanation is compatible with Bayesian updating because explanatory considerations cannot be captured within a probabilistic framework, others argue that the two are either compatible or potentially even identical. We adopt this latter perspective and show how our framework provides a compelling, albeit preliminary, account of how such an emergent compatibilism can be achieved. So this is from 2020, and this is probably how um, this is probably how similar to how the multiple truth hypothesis in mathematical form will look. And a lot of the terminology here is important. So I'll just read their quick um, glossary and then look at the equations. And it's very similar to active inference because it's both Bayesian in nature. Although if you've seen the free energy principle of Carl Friston in relation to active inference, this is not based on the free energy principle. It's slightly different. Recent experiments show that we value explanations for many reasons, such as predictive power and simplicity. Bayesian rational analysis provides a functional account of these values, along with concrete definitions that allow us to measure and compare them across a variety of contexts, including visual perception, politics, and science. These values include descriptiveness, co-explanation, unification, power, and simplicity, and fall into two groups. The first two are associated with the evaluation of explanations in the light of experience, while the latter concern the intrinsic features of an explanation. Failure to explain well can be understood as imbalances in these values. A conspiracy theorist, for example, may overrate co-explanation relative to simplicity, and many similar failures to explain that we see in social life may be analyzable at this level. So Bayes' rules decomposition into explanatory value. So hopefully people could see this equation, or it's just on page 2 of the uh, article I shared. Bayes' rule decomposes into explanatory value. Formally, an explanation E is evaluated on the basis of its log likelihood in the presence of evidence X using Bayes' rule. This gives us, here you have descriptiveness, co-explanation, theoretical values, and contextual factors. So these would all be into the equation for the likelihood of a various explanation. So the terms in this decomposition are descriptiveness, which measures the total extent to which the explanation predicts each fact in isolation from others. Co-explanation, which measures the extent to which the explanation links facts together. Theoretical or evidence independent values. Context dependent priors. For simplicity, we do not show the additional normalization terms that is constant across all explanations and thus do not affect comparisons between explanations. Have you ever seen something like this? Explanation
Uh,
equals descriptiveness plus co-explanation plus theoretical values plus contextual factors.
well, I have now.
Is this interesting to you?
It's problematic, but I suppose it's interesting because the topic is interesting.
Yeah, so this would be like an equation form. And so here you see here the terms. So the glossary and explanation and account of some observable aspect of the world in the Bayesian framework, and explanation supplies a probability distribution over events. Explanatory values, explanatory features that lead us to prefer one explanation over another. Empirical values, ways in which an explanation can be valued on the basis of data. So here you have log likelihood, which is the log of the probability of X of E. The log probability is observed data given an explanation. Descriptiveness, which is the summation of the logs of the probability of the summation of X over E. The total log probability of observed data given an explanation on which each observation is considered in isolation. And co-explanation, which is like a summation of Bayesian, the relative increase in log probability that an explanation gives a pattern of observed data above its ability to predict each piece in isolation, equal to pointwise mutual information in the case of two variables, or pointwise multi-information in the general case. And you have theoretical values, priors, or ways in which an explanation can be valued without reference to data. Precision, the expected likelihood of data conditional on the explanation being true, also equal to the negative entropy of the explanation, measures the degree to which an explanation's predictive concentrate in a particular subset of the space of all possible outcomes. And this would be similar to um, Carl Friston's free energy principle and active inference that has the um, entropy. And power, the expected descriptiveness of a data conditional on the explanation being true, measures the degree to which an explanation tends to produce individual pieces of data that it can account for in isolation. Unification, the expected co-explanation of data conditional on the explanation being true, also equal to the mutual information in the case of two variables, or the multi-informational in a general case, measures the degree to which an explanation predicts patterns of outcomes and connects multiple variables together. Simplicity, any function that measures how straightforward an explanation is. Examples include parsimony, concision, and elegance. The appropriate choice of will generally depend on context. Parsimony, a type of simplicity that reflects the number of elements, parameters, or principles an explanation requires. Concision, a type of simplicity that measures how compact an explanation is, for example, by counting the number of words required to communicate it. So if anyone found that interesting, encourage them to read this whole article And I'd mentioned the active inference equations um, will be similar to multiple truth hypothesis will be similar. So this is a variation that's not. And here are some slides just to get more on this. The logic of explanatory power. Are you familiar with Hempel's distinction?
Is that the same as Hempel's dilemma?
Um, Hempel's dilemma, the first question asked by the philosopher Hempel is in relevance to naturalism and physicalism and philosophy of mind.
Yeah, the unfalsifiability of physicalism. That's not what you're talking about, though. Explanation seeking why, questions and reasons seeking why, answers. So maybe it is.
Explanations make us understand, reasons bind us to beliefs. So explanations seeking why questions and reasons seeking why questions. And so it relates this, what I was talking about, inference to the best explanation. We are under certain circumstances entitled to infer to the hypothesis which explains the phenomenon the best. So this is Bayesian explanation, a modification of inference to the best explanation, explanations as reasons. The explanatory power of a hypothesis. A phenomenon provides evidence to believe that the hypothesis is true. Explanatory considerations have an epistemic pull. So you analyze the concepts of evidence and explanatory power from a Bayesian perspective called Bayesian explanationism. So explanation reason was prominently anticipated by Charles Saunders Peirce. The surprising fact E is observed, but if H were true, E would be a matter of course. Hence, there is reason to suspect that H is true. Suggests to measure explanatory power in terms of a measure that depends on the joint probability distribution of E and H. And the measure should be an increasing function of P of E of H and a decreasing function of P of E. So this is a mathematical explanation. I mentioned the other book. I showed the MIT book I was reading the other week at some sort of mathematization of scientific theory using Bayesianism. So, I mean, I'll go through this and we could hear Jennifer's critiques. So measure sensitivity. There's a prominent analogy between measures of explanatory power and measures of evidential support, confirmation. The analogy of confirmation theory points to a principal problem, measure sensitivity. Judgments on explanatory power depend on the specific measure that has been used, but a set of adequacy conditions, we'd like to narrow down the set of admissible measures. So adequacy conditions, standardization, neutrality, maximality, symmetry, irrelevant conjunctions. So you have the uniqueness theorem, the only measure that satisfies these conditions of standardization, neutrality, maximality, symmetry, and irrelevant conjunctions. The significance of this result depends on the plausibility of the adequacy conditions. Our argument for the specific measurement is reinforced if it has further pleasant properties. So the measurement is a decreasing function of P. So I put this link in the chat, so it's a little complicated to follow. So they're basically formulating their theory of scientific explanation in a Bayesian formulation and their eventual truth function for explanatory power, inference to the best explanation through doing some sort of Bayesian function on the predictive power. So insofar as the accurate formal analysis of our concept of explanatory power holds important normative weight. Vindicating the Peircean model, Hempel's distinction stands. Explanations and reasons are conceptually distinct entities, but they are also intrinsically related. So it's somewhat, that Hempelian theory of showing the connection between explanations and reasons. So with that, that's my week in review. Pretty long there. Said I download actually quite a few papers on this. It's a new take on a little bit different than active inference and Friston's free energy principle, but it's along the same line. I think this is probably closer to how the multiple truth hypothesis would work. That inference to the best explanation, and the multiple truth hypothesis would be a formalization. We're saying, well, there's multiple truths, and it wouldn't give you an inference to the best explanation. It might, but it would be a truth value function. So you say, okay, there's multiple truths, but not all truths are equal, and through some sort of Bayesian analysis, regression, or mathematization algorithm, iterative algorithm, you would be able to develop a truth value of the various multiple truths and compare the predictive power of various truths, or how they may work for based on different priors or making different predictions.
I'm glad you got some where with your research this week. That's great. You were kind of stalled out for a while there.
Well, I'm always doing research, but I thought this was something I'd share. And most of the research I'm doing is you're just learning new things, because the amount of data is really, really just too big. Even just talking about Jennifer and the history of computers.
There just aren't that many ideas, so it's not that bad. That's why it's not too intimidating to look at history, because it's just not that many ideas. No offense. I mean, I'm not saying it's unique. It's just how it is.
Well, I would say that ideas are almost infinite. I don't know. We say not that many ideas. I would say the amount of ideas are.
Well, do you know what Shah Darshan is? The 6 philosophies. They just say, boils down to 6. Nothing wrong with that. If you, I think in some cases, yeah, it's too complicated. But something like computers is pretty complicated, but it's a finite number of ideas that you can track over a finite amount of time. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, in terms of what you posted there, the issue would be that I don't know how you could possibly not. How could it not be special pleading? Like basically confirmation bias.
Well, the inference to the best explanation.
Just the explanations themselves and the inference, I guess, but either one.
Because it tests predictions. That they're saying it's a Bayesian iterative process that tests it, and self-corrects based on its performance.
Self-corrects based on what, though?
Explanations.
Exactly. So who makes the explanations?
What are you saying? What's the origin of the explanations?
It's just, how do you assert explanatory power? It just really sounds like emotional language. So
Well,
whenever I see
so
emotional
change
language,
the
I
word
think
for
like,
truth.
if I see emotional language, I see issues on the empirical level.
Yeah, and so that's what I say for the multiple truth hypothesis. If you change the word for truth,
Multiple emotion hypothesis.
well, I don't know why you were saying emotions and explanations in terms like
Because an explanation
science
is
is
fundamentally
science is
an explanation
explanation.
is an emotional thing. It's an opinion. An explanation is opinioned in some way, and opinions are driven by emotions. So yeah, an explanation
Well,
would be
that's saying like reason,
emotional.
explanation. No, I mean, I think maybe like signal processing theory. You like explanation, like why did it take this amount of time? You know, why did the engine burn this much fuel? So the equation or the scientific theory is the explanation. How does your computer work? So the explanation, um, how does the telephone work? The explanation is the scientific or mathematical equation.
I'm not sure if I'm following here. What's the equation exactly? It's sort of reminding me of the active inference stuff bit.
I mean, it's the predictive mind idea that, yeah, I mean, you could have emotion in it, but no, I mean, it's intrinsically not emotional at all. Saying that
you in my system, you assume that everything is emotional unless you have a reason to think that it's rational. You don't start with rational and assume non-rational or deduce non-rational. You start with non-rational. So of course it's assumed that there'd be emotions in it, but I'm saying this language is all emotional, so it is hard to see what the point of it is other than confirmation bias.
I don't see that at all. I don't even see how you're putting that in there. I mean, besides for its implications.
Well, it presupposes that people are cognizant of their explanations for things, when that doesn't seem to be the case.
What is it? And I don't know what
it doesn't seem to be the case that people are cognizant of their reasons for most of their actions. And when they attempt to cognize those reasons, there's no reason to believe any of that would be accurate.
Are you talking about what I just read about? Are you talking about their experiment? Or are you just talking about the general mathematical formula? If they're applying it to psychology.
I'm talking about calibrating the potential errors that will arise within this system, which doesn't appear to confront issues that arise when making measurements that are indeterminate of this fashion.
Because general Bayesian is applied to mostly non-human things that have no emotion, like most usually it's taught with like medicine efficacy or gambling game theory expected outcome. So I mean, if you want to apply that to human things and decision making or consciousness, that includes emotion. But I think generally Bayesian is applied to purely mechanical scientific things as a statistical method. If you're talking like chess, determining the best chess move, or anything that's purely mathematical that has multiple possibilities beyond computation, beyond solving computation, where you need a statistical method. And I'm saying the multiple truth hypothesis could be used for psychology and things like the self and consciousness, but I'm saying to also presumably be used for logic, math, and science. So it's like I said, the first thing that I did found the similar. The paper on multiple truth hypothesis was related to geology and explanations where you had multiple ideas for geological formations that might have each contained a partial truth, or something like whether so I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of the application to psychology, but I think the formulas are generalizable to you'll call objective, like emotions are subjective, and these
How
formulas
do
are
you verify that the description is correct?
description of what?
Well, it's you want to screen share the thing again? It said description was one of the terms in it. You can send me the you can put the link, I guess, in the chat and I can share it. That's fine too. Yeah. It just seemed really
I put in the chat. It was the. I'll put it again.
okay, thanks. Yeah.
I mean, description has a math was defined.
Oh, maybe I actually already do have this.
Mathematically, I'm not sure what you mean. You had what word are we asking about?
Description.
Descriptiveness, which measures the total
Yeah.
extent to which the explanation predicts each fact in isolation from each other.
Right. So
I mean, that could be
facts,
descriptiveness. That
the facts
could
being
be,
predictive. How exactly are the facts predicted? Is sort of the it's a
of the
bit
matching, the logarithm of the probability of the explanation to the evidence.
Mm-hmm. And the evidence is interpreted how again?
Well, it could be of
It just
something
doesn't
like
sound falsifiable. Okay, it
well,
really
yeah,
doesn't sound falsifiable.
it could be. You could apply it to chemistry, like predictions of locations or heat or energy of objects.
Okay. It's hard to validate it based on that language, though. I'm not saying you couldn't. I'm just saying that that language doesn't guarantee that you do, and it makes it very easy to get into a circular justification with absolutely no way out.
So an explanation.
Okay, so I've got it here. Explaining explanation. Yeah, so I would say, okay, I'll just go back to the formula. It makes some good observations. So an explanation is judged in terms of its descriptiveness. So it's unclear, how does a descriptiveness come out of a log distribution like that? Co-explanation, again, I'm not against a co-explanation, but how do you validate that you haven't accidentally, erroneously presupposed your own conclusion in the computation? Theoretical values, contextual factors, all sounds really good, but how do you actually something like context dependent priors? It's too vague to mean anything. I can't take this and start doing science with it. So what I would say to you is, why not just use a histogram? Why do we need to add this additional confusion of Bayesian stats, and just why not? What do you need out of this that you can't get from a histogram?
I mean, histogram is a. I mean, histogram is not an iterative process.
You can iterate a histogram any way you want. I mean, Bayesianism is an iterated histogram. It just has a bunch of clunky additional necessities. And I was saying, why not just derive your own system from a histogram, and then you'll have a much higher facility with it, rather than
I don't see what
wondering.
the histogram just saying a data representation, a graphical representation of data.
Yeah. So each of the heights would be the probability of a given truth. So you start
When
with like
using these,
an,
you have
an
what
infinite.
would be
You
your
start with
variables?
you start with an infinite potential histogram, and then animate it with a finite number of
Well, what are the
truths.
variables? What's your x and y in the histogram? Probability.
Arbitrary. This is pre-variables. It's completely pre-variables. This is just like we're making a histogram, and the individual components of the histogram, the chunks, so to speak, are the something to do with the truths. They might have to, like, I would just start with a distribution of the possible truths.
Well, here we have explanation and evidence. So we have a histogram of explanation and evidence.
I'm talking about for your model here. We want a histogram of the possible truths. And each of those histograms has a relative probability. So that's what the value of the histogram is the relative
Yeah, but
heights
for
of
me,
each truth.
what they're calling explanation would be,
A truth.
in my formula, basically truth
Right. So you got truth. This
and
is the
evidence.
unknown being modeled as a histogram. Okay. And then
And
you start with each term in the histogram is say like a certain probability.
yeah, I mean, so it'd be truth versus evidence.
No, it would be truth 1, truth 2, truth 3, truth 4, truth 5, truth 6 in a list. And then you would use the evidence to generate the probability of each one. Yeah, exactly. So that sounds good to me. And what I like about that is that you can take the number of terms in the histogram to infinity in theory with no real structural problem,
But
because
what
like
formula would you use to generate that probability?
the formula would be something derivative that would come out after. Like in my approach, everything starts with something fundamentally geometric, and an algebra would be a synthetic logic imposed afterwards that would be, I mean, I don't want to say arbitrary here, but
You're saying that here,
more arbitrary than what we're talking about here. But
and
I
here
do
they're
think just
proposing
I would favor that formation because there's no reason that it's not infinite, but it's also practically speaking finite.
I'm saying that the probability here, or I mean, here they have is the log of the probability is the descriptiveness, co-explanation, theoretical values, and contextual factors.
Yeah, what you would make a separate histogram for that, and then that's a timesing of the height of each truth. So you say, okay, well, this group over here, we know that their probability of accepting this truth is like, 5 times higher. So we got to times that histogram component. And so your
You're
base
saying using
histogram is
this
just the truth.
formula to generate the histogram, or a simpler
You're
formula?
you're starting with just a histogram, and then you're timesing histograms by
How do
other
you just start
histograms.
with a histogram?
Yeah, you're starting with a histogram which
How are
represents
you
all your
starting with
truths.
the histogram?
Why? Are you saying why?
How?
How? I don't know how. I mean, what do you mean how?
Well, I was saying this formula would generate a histogram
Yeah. So
if
in
you
my
had
case, what we want to
explanations
do
and
is to
evidence.
start with the and what we want to do in my approach is start with the histogram, and then later on, if you want to generalize the histogram to a
You
continuous
need data. I mean,
distribution
a histogram is.
using some predetermined math, you can do that. But with a histogram, it's a more generic case of a discretized distribution, which is what you're after.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
You
I mean,
have a discrete list of truths.
a
You
histogram necessitates data. Where are you getting the data from?
Oh, ironic. Bayesian stuff has no data to create it. It's still there, though.
Yes, it does. The data, you have your
No, it's a
priors.
theory. It doesn't have data. I'm sorry. You can treat
When
data with
Bayesian's a
Bayesian theory, but
formula.
it's not data, it's a
It's
theory.
like a histogram. Bayesian is like, I mean, a histogram is just a chart. A Bayesian is just a formula. You feed the data into the formula.
Sure, but in this case, the data is going to be the formula. Memes wants to know if you're doing a ground up approach.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you're saying doesn't seem to be corresponding to what I'm saying. Because no, there's like a
It's not.
formula
I'm
you would
suggesting a
feed the
correct.
data
I'm
into.
okay. I'm not. I know what you're trying to do is
Multiple truth
describe what's on this
hypothesis and
thing.
mathematical formulation would be a formula that you would feed data into. That you could
Okay.
chart that data in a histogram if you wanted to, but the multiple truth hypothesis
And
like this Bayes rule
I'm saying, what
decomposed
do you
explanatory
need out of
value.
this? What do you need out of Bayesian framework that you can't get out of a histogram framework? And I'm trying to show you how you can use a histogram framework much more effectively given your ontology.
It still don't make any sense to me. A histogram,
Okay,
I
that's
mean,
fine. I'm sure I can explain it
histogram to
better.
me just means a graph.
Sure. Wave Morpher would like to know if MTH is both descriptive and prescriptive.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's prescriptive that it would produce a value, which you could consider a prescription. I mean, it's descriptive and prescriptive because it'd be like a Bayesian iterative process that it would describe things, but then based on an iterative interpretation of the evidence, would prescribe a value of its explanatory power that I would refer to as truth. That you'll say its explanatory power is its truth value. And so it's descriptive is that the truth value necessitates an explanation of something like inputted data that would have priors, and your prior would be a description. So you'd have your prior evidence, your theory, and then you would run your prior evidence and your theory through the multiple truth hypothesis in an iterative process with its predictive power of future outcomes, and then it would score it with a truth value, and then that would be, so to say, prescriptive to say this theory, this truth has this value.
Okay, then how's it descriptive?
That's that's why the value is prescriptive. The it's 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 I'd say it's both because it's like quasi between description and prescription, because the value is not going to be one. The prescription is obviously incorrect. They say, okay, prescribed that it's a theory, meaning so I'm trying to explain something. That's what we'll refer to as truth. The truth is the attempt to accurately describe something, in the sense like, well, it's descriptive because it's not actually the truth. It's just an attempt to describe the truth. But he's saying, well, how good of your attempt to describe the truth? So after it's been through the iterative process and given a truth value function, a truth function value, then the explanation is prescriptive, but it only has a score of accuracy. So it's prescriptive, but to an imperfect extent, because it wouldn't be true. It would just have a truth value.
Daryl's asking, quote, what is the truth? In this case, it's a description. And then there's a process of iterating the desirability of the description.
Well, the predictive value that referred to as the truth. The predictive value.
Predictive value and description. People agreeing something is a description and predict and
What's part
like predictive. That's not the same. That's my concern here.
it's kind of like different. Why I say that it doesn't become scientific until it could be formulated in differential equations. In differential equations is specific because from a differential equation you could determine prior states and future states. So it's descriptive of prior states and it's prescriptive of future states. In that sense, that like descriptive means you're describing prior states, and prescriptive means that you're predicting future states. And so all science theoretically is both prescriptive and descriptive, that it has to accurately describe prior
Science
states.
is predictive.
No, it's also descriptive.
Not really, because language is
Science,
descriptive.
but I mean,
Language isn't scientific.
science has a time function, and the time function has to also accurately describe prior states.
That's a different question, because you could say that the past
Which I'm
is
saying
told like
describing.
the
You're
future.
describing prior states because that's knowledge that, well, sometimes you don't have the knowledge, but I'm saying that I'm using the term descriptive as referring to prior states and prescriptive to future states. So
Okay, what
science is,
I don't know that that's how it's really in. That's not what the standard use of those terms is.
you don't describe the future, you describe the present and the past.
I
You
guess so,
you
but
don't
prescriptive
prescribe
is
the
more
present or
is
the
not
past.
about
You
science.
prescribe the future.
I thought prescriptive was about some sort of a standard.
Generally, that's linguistics. By extrapolating, say the language rules are descriptive, not prescriptive. So you're describing what people do. You're not prescribing rules that people keep. But the time dimension is still accurate. Like language is descriptive, not prescriptive. You're describing what people do in the present and have done in the past. You're not prescribing what people will do in the future.
That's a
And
claim. Not a lot of evidence in that claim, but okay.
that's the linguistic claim of the nature of
Sure.
language rules, that they're descriptive, not prescriptive. But if you want to extrapolate that to
Yes,
truth
that
or
would be
science
something
in
that would be
general,
very convenient for the people who controlled language for people to believe that, wouldn't it? So I looked up prescriptive and it said, as I thought, relating to the imposition or enforcement of a rule or method. It means exactly what I thought.
but that means
So
in the
language
future,
definitely has prescriptions. Language isn't really itself
but
prescriptive.
that implies in the future. You're not disagreeing with it. That implies you're talking about in the future.
Not sure what you mean by that.
Referring to the interpretation and enforcement of a rule or method. I mean, you can enforce past behavior. And so, okay, you did this in the past and now you'll be punished for it. But you can't change the past. You can only describe the past. You can't prescribe the past. You could punish somebody for breaking a rule in the past, but you can't prescribe the past. You can only prescribe the future. It's definitional. I don't know what you're arguing about.
Whether language is descriptive or prescriptive.
You're not arguing with that prescriptive implies prescribing the future.
I'm not. I'm saying that science is a third category altogether.
The difference between prescribe and prescribe is describe refers to the present
Science is
and past,
neither.
and
Science is
prescribe
neither.
refers
I
to
don't
the
know how many
future.
times I have to say it, but science is neither descriptive nor prescriptive. Predominantly, it's predictive. That's what makes science. Science is the ability to predict an outcome.
No,
That's all.
No, science also has to be descriptive. It has to act if it's
It
true.
works better if it has other attributes in certain implementations.
I had this argument with T-Jump, and he just didn't get it either. And saying like, no, science is not only predictive. That's what T-Jump was saying, and I was saying science is also descriptive. It has to accurately explain the past. It can't just predict the future. It has to also explain the past.
Sure.
You're saying no, science does not have to explain the past.
I'm saying the number one thing that makes it science is predictive, not anything else.
What makes it
Everything
scientific
else is
is explanatory power An explanatory power refers to the past and the future.
And insofar as science has, quote, explanatory power, it's always trumped by predictive power because that's what it is by definition. Explanatory power
refers
is it's way weaker.
explanatory power is inclusive of predictive power and descriptive power. You could explain the past and you could explain the future.
Okay, well, what's the
Or you could predict
what's
the
the difference
future.
between a description and an explanation?
An explanation is causal. A description is not causal.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real difference. So I don't know what you're talking about. Causal.
An explanation implies the causality. That a scientific theorem is causal. It's predictive of the future according to the laws of causality, and the same laws of causality could explain what happened in the past, just as this causes this to happen in the future could also explain how something caused this to reach our present state. And that's why I mentioned science is differential equations, because the differential equations don't only make predictions of future states, they also describe prior states. It's a necessity of science that put it into differential equations, and the point of differential equations is that they could also accurately describe prior states.
Because of mathematical realism?
You're saying differential equations describes prior states because of mathematical realism?
Well, I'm asking, what's your argument?
People think like on the ropes here. I mean, Jennifer's in the same fallacy of T-Junk in just focusing on predicting future events as opposed to accurately describing, explaining previous events.
Science.
She only has one piece of the puzzle.
You could argue that there's always going to be an ontology, whether you accept it or not, through your mathematical interpretations of science, and therefore that ontology has some sort of.
I haven't argued that T-Junk
thing like what you're talking about here,
because you have more information about prior states than future states. So the ability
but then to say that ontology as a description,
the ability to describe the past is actually
to the predictive
more
power
important
of
to science
the
than
associated
predicting
model.
the future, because you have more
to
data.
equate the two is a fallacy, okay? Because of one has math associated with it, one doesn't.
One has math.
Go. Yes.
The math a formula equally describes the past and predicts the future.
Except for the whole evolution thing.
An equation of physics has the same power to explain the past as it does to predict the future. There's no difference. Any equation that you give is just as useful as explaining the past as it is to predicting the future.
Except for the whole evolution thing, right?
You mean the biological theory of evolution, or we're talking about laws of physics?
I'm talking about evolution as a phenomenon.
Can't be reduced to differential equations.
Evolution is a phenomenon of consciousness, so obviously I wouldn't think it can be reduced to differential equations, no. And so you can't use the same model for science futures the past because
being able to describe in mathematical form
stuff happening in the past
differential equations,
but obviously
which means that it could describe the past
operated all times.
You have some serious confusion here.
The laws of physics don't change, our understanding of them changes. Therefore, there's an evolution in understanding and what is the best way to present certain facts about our world. So there's science, which works because it makes predictions. There's no numbers in that. To then link it to an ontology that does produce numbers and then say that that's somehow correct doesn't follow.
Is a prediction about the past the same as a prediction about the future?
Not really, no. Because the way to
Why not?
validate science, well, I
What's the
mean,
difference between predicting the prior states as to the future states?
hey, think about it
I
as
mean,
like,
mathematically, they're the same. You just plug in a different time variable.
okay, this is
If the
ultimately
equation's
a matter
correct,
of metaphysical
if the
aesthetic.
equation is
We're
correct,
going to
you
get
could
into
use the
an
same
argument
equation
about
to
whether
predict the past
mathematical realism
as you could to
is
the
a thing or
future.
not.
You could test the accuracy of the equation just
It
as easily
really
by
depends on
its ability to predict
certain
the
factors
past as
about
to
the
predict the
equation.
future.
It has certain, uh, depends on certain factors. If we're talking about society as a whole, the model that's going to predict the future of society now, the best model to predict the next 10 years of society isn't the same as the best model to
That's
predict the
not
next. Hey,
science.
stop! Do you want
Why,
me to
why are you
explain or
talking
not?
about why are you talking about like politics or social science, psychology? We're talking science. We're talking physics, chemistry.
Okay, so you're saying a theory of physics doesn't change in truth value over time. Obviously, I'd agree with that. Is that what if that's all you're saying? I mean,
Well, no, because theory of physics could be tested based on the current equipment or observation.
which is
And
going to
so
presume its
it
own
could be
ontology,
tested,
right? And the point of science is to not do that, to just get the best prediction, which would be zero ontological baggage.
but you could only predict it as good as you could observe it. So I mean,
That's
obviously,
again
a
depending
lot
on
of
your
things,
definition of observation. That's entirely depending on your definition of observation. So it's of course it's circular.
or the accuracy of measurement.
Accuracy of measurement is derivative on the measurement itself being valid source of information.
Yeah, I
So
mean, the
there's several
equation,
levels of interpretation
the
that
truth
that go.
value of equations change over time based on the accuracy of measurement.
Anyway, you're kind of jumping around here. So
And it's saying that accuracy of measurement could be of the past or the future.
if we're talking about okay, like if we're just talking about physics, it's kind of like is salt the same chemical formula as it was a gajillion years ago? It's like, yeah. Is that all you're saying, or what are we talking about? Either this is abstract with no applications to anything, or it can, in fact,
I don't know. I mean,
apply
if
over
you like jump,
society.
you're just arguing for the sake of arguing. You're not paying attention. And we got on this. Daryl
You're
asked if
asking me to
multiple truth
critique the
hypothesis.
thing, and I'm telling you what I see as the issue. If you don't think it's an issue, fine. I'm just saying this is what I see as the biggest issue.
He was
No
asking
problem.
about descriptiveness versus descriptiveness, and I was
Yeah, your model cannot disentangle predictiveness from descriptiveness, and therefore is going to be weak to the fallacy of special pleading, aka confirmation bias. If that's not a problem, go nuts. And I would say, in terms of a theoretical standpoint, try and make a case for the validity of a histogram as a starting point if you actually want to axiomatically derive it, aka like from first principles.
yeah, I'm saying, but I mean, the Bayesian, you have your priors and your predictions, and both are important to the formula.
Sure. And they're circular in a way that can't be disentangled. It's hard to validate.
So I'm saying that's using the terminology to that the pure implication of the words, the descriptive referring to the past and present, and prescriptive to the future. You describe the past and the present, you prescribe the future. In the Bayesian, that would be evidence could come in two forms. Evidence could come in the form of priors, what happened into the past. Okay, here's my explanation. And how well does that fit with what we know? Our priors, stuff that we already know, things that have happened in the past that have already been measured And also, how well does it make predictions of the future? So, a true theory has to work both ways in time. A true theory is not sufficient to predict the future. It also has to describe the
Because the
past.
past
It's not scientifically
same as the
true.
future.
If it only makes correct predictions, it is not scientifically true unless it also describes the past. Are you disagreeing? You think
I mean,
making
it's fine
predictions is
if
enough,
that's what it is.
that it doesn't have to accurately describe the past? It can be scientific um, by only predicting the future without explaining the past?
You actually cut off at the beginning of what you're saying. Do you mind just repeating it? Sorry.
Do you think it could be scientifically if it only predicts the future and does not accurately explain the past?
Oh, it may not be coherent. What you just described may not be coherent. I'm not saying that a science theory won't have these additional attributes. I'm just saying the principal attribute of a
Just
scientific
focus on what I
theory.
said. Is it
Yeah,
scientific if it only predicts the future but doesn't explain the past?
theoretically, yes, if it's coherent, which it may not be coherent. Like I can't tell you that level of specificity without going a few levels deeper into a deduction. Don't take it personally. It's a method that takes a little bit of time to get an answer from, but it
I
does
mean,
get an answer.
we have knowledge, data from the past, and then we say, here's our present state, and we're going to predict what the future state is going to be based on the present state. That's a prediction. Saying we're feeding the present state, and based on the explanation, the equation, that the future state we predict will be like this, and we say it's validated if the future state is as predicted. But also, we have the past state and the present state, and if it's scientifically accurate, then it will also explain predict, if you want to use that word, of how the past state got to the current state. And like the reality from the history of science, it was more about explaining the past. Like most like Newtonian physics and planetary motion, you had predictions about the future, and those were important about it, but there was much more data about the past. And so celestial mechanics was much more important to explain the past than to predict the future. Predicting the future is important, but the explanation of the past was actually more important in regards to celestial mechanics. We had thousands of years of data of celestial mechanics. And so when Newton and Lagrange and all the people developed planetary motion, it was majority based off of explanation of the past, not prediction of the future. And even if you had certain cases that it could accurately describe the future, that was not enough. It also had to accurately describe the past and how the past led to the current state. And this is the history of science. The celestial mechanics was based on explaining the past more than predicting the future. Like Halley's Comet. There was a prediction about when Halley's Comet would return, but there was already thousands of years of data about the occurrence of Halley's Comets, about uh, eclipses and all sorts of various celestial phenomena, the appearance of the stars and positions that we had thousands of, even till today, that we have thousands of years of reasonably reliable data about the positions of the stars going back thousands of years. So when the laws of physics were developed, there was some level of predicting the future, and even the current level, like Einsteinian uh, physics, Einsteinian like relativity, where you had some level, like Einstein's theory was vindicated during an eclipse. But the reality is, Einstein's theories are more used to describe the past than to predict the future, because it might have been validated to some extent by predicting the future, but it's more used to explain the past than to predict the future. And then you'd say, what level of validation do you have from describing the past? And both of them are a form of validation.
Sure. You can use anything, you can describe the past any which way. But if your
You can't describe the past any such way. We have a record
your
of the past.
description will only be scientific if it predicts the future.
No, it will only be scientific if it both predicts the future and describes the past. You're
Yeah.
like, I'll put
Sure.
it, we could agree to disagree, but I would put, Jennifer is just absolutely incorrect. It's not scientific if it could only predict the future. To be scientific, it
Note that I
also
didn't
has to be
say
able
that.
to describe the past.
Note that I never said that, so that's a bit of a straw man, but we can move on.
So you seem to be saying that there's no connection between scientific and describing the past.
For the
Yeah.
third time, I'll repeat it. I'll say the principal aspect of something being scientific is that it makes predictions. It'll do other things too, but the principal
It's
aspect of
prediction
something
time
being
independent
science
of the future or the past.
is the predictions that it makes over an unknown data set.
But I mean, the fundamental aspect of science,
Anything that
like
has a structure
being
that can make
reduced to differential
predictions
equation.
will be able
Once you
to
have the
explain the
differential
past as
equation,
well. Sure, but it won't be that relevant. It won't be as relevant as predicting the future with regards to science. That's what I'm saying.
if it's scientifically reduced to a differential equation, the equation is just
I
as
think you mean
valuable.
mathematically reduced.
It's just
to
as
a
valuable
differential
for
equation.
describing the past as for predicting the future.
Well, if it can
Or
be
if you-
described as a differential
or you want to say
equation, right
predicting
away
the
we're
past.
we're vastly reducing the range of things to which it applies if we're saying it can be described as a differential equation.
The equations for celestial mechanics
You mean
are
those equations that we don't have a unified
useful and
field of?
applicable for describing the past as they are for predicting the future.
Again,
Everything
Go ahead and prove that.
I mean, even the basis of science, we talk like the Big Bang Theory, the creation of the universe. These are it's the the basis of science. And so maybe Jennifer's fundamental disagreement on these things is that the very equations that we believe are true because they predict the future, that because they're true, they could also describe the past. And that's where our theories of the Big Bang and these various things come through, from using the equations to describe the past. Right? I mean, you fundamentally agree that the Big Bang Theory and cosmology is based on the applications of scientific laws to the past.
I'll agree that science has to do with correctly meta aggregating data from the past for sure. I'll agree with that.
But I mean, the Big Bang Theory isn't from meta
I don't
aggregation
consider
of
the
the
Big
past.
Bang Theory
The
to be
Big Bang
scientific,
Theory
right?
is
Do you
from applying
understand that I don't consider the Big Bang Theory to be scientific by virtue of it being self-refuting because it contradicts quantum state exclusion?
Yeah, but saying that's a separate thing. By saying that it's your
I don't think
failure
it is,
to
though.
understand the basic principle of science is that the laws could be equally applied to the past as to the future. And the basis of the Big Bang hypothesis or theory is simply plugging in the equations, the laws of science, backwards in time as opposed to forward in time. The origins of the theories of the Big Bang are just from using the equations backwards in times as opposed to forward in time. That's how they came up with this stuff, was by using the equations backwards in time instead of forward in time.
Okay, sure.
Or you think that
Yeah,
that's
I'm
something else?
aware of that. I'm also aware that there's no unified field model of cosmology. I wonder if there's a connection between temporal causality and no unified field model of cosmology. So I think it lines up with what you've said so far.
Well, I'm
The
getting
theory
this
is presented.
fundamental, well, I would say error you're making, that science necessitates both ends of predicting the future and explaining the past. They're two ends of the
Um,
same coin. They necessitate each other.
And in my opinion, the prediction of the future is the important one, and the explanation of the past is less important. And feel free to disagree.
I don't even see how that's possible. I'm saying they necessitate each other.
Because
If it
some
could
models
predict,
are
if it could
adaptive.
predict the future,
Because
it
I
also
use some
has to be
models
able
that
to
are
explain the
scientific
past.
over larger sets of data than you do. You're saying civilization can't be predictive. I'm saying there are ways to predict social trends. Yes. It can't
We're
be
talking about
determined
science, not social
exactly,
trends.
but the social trends are predicted in a different way in one time than in another. So in that sense,
I'm
no,
not
it's not
talking
the
about
same
social
rules.
trends. Why are you bringing that crap into it? We're talking about science. That's why I
Because
talked
I
about.
consider science to apply in a sociological level. You're saying science has to only apply to physics. It sounds like you're saying science only can apply to physics or math or something. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, generally, it's mind independent as opposed to sociology
Okay.
is mind
So
dependent.
what you're saying has to
We
be
call
for
the
mind.
social
If
sciences or
you're
the
going to
soft
use
science.
math to talk about your system, then your system can only deal with mind independent
I mean,
truths also.
sociology doesn't
So
even
opinions don't matter.
use math. Sociology doesn't even have
How are you
formulas in
going to
math. I
make
mean,
opinions? How are you going to make opinions relevant to your system if your system can only treat
economically,
mind?
you say
Your system
economics
can
that
only
has
treat mind
formulas.
independent things.
Economics,
That's mind dependent. Heavily,
economics
heavily,
is a
heavily mind
perfect
dependent.
example that is closer to a science and is based on formulas. And economics is more validated by explaining the past than predicting the future. So when you look at economic theorems, you have some level of predicting the future, but most economic theorems are actually used to explain the past than to describe the future.
Probably part of the reason why it's not considered as science.
Well, economics is the closest of the social sciences to a science because it has differential equations.
So math somehow makes something more scientific.
Predictions, you could only accurate predictions necessitate math. That's why sociology, even like sociology, if its predictions is based on statistics and measurements, but you could only predict something mathematically.
Or, mentally using models if you want. I mean, why don't you crack open an Ayurvedic textbook, learn it, understand why it's scientific, and then see, oh, yeah, this predicts behavior, so I like it. And I understand why the difference between a prediction and a description is.
But I mean, predict measurable. That's also the key, measurable.
Yeah, it's all observable.
I didn't say observable, measurable.
Well, if you don't trust your own senses to measure things, I guess you've got problems.
That's the point. You can't trust your own senses. It has to be measurable.
My point is that's the thing you can trust the most.
Well, that's why you're
It's
not a
not
scientist.
100%, but it's the most trustworthy thing.
Well, that's why you're not a scientist.
Or you're not a scientist because you're denying what it is that gave us science in the first place, which is intuition.
No, it's what gave us reason. Science is based on measurement.
No, it's not. That's a latter-day belief that caused science to become less scientific. And you're actually, you're espousing the fallacy
That's
perfectly.
Platonism versus Aristotle. I mean, God forbid you got to get into your, the AI had to do the writing for you because that's why I read that. There's no way you wrote that. And God forbid, this thing that you did this week's writing, even says what I'm saying, and that's why I said there's no way you wrote that. I mean, you talk like Plato and Aristotle. Aristotle, measurement, experiment, and measurement. Plato is in mental speculation. Aristotle,
So measurement as in mathematical description with numbers, right? That's what you mean by measurement.
Well, precision measurements through number. So, I mean, since the time of Galileo, measurement refers to mathematical
It doesn't work
formulation.
without numbers, does it?
I mean, you can measure without numbers, just not precisely.
Another claim with no evidence.
You get intuition without, for instance, you can't measure without.
You're
You can
just
measure
saying
it.
your own consciousness is not reliable. You're saying that ad hoc. I'm saying ad hoc. My own consciousness is the most reliable thing.
Well, I'm talking about the formulation of Western science. You're just pulling stuff out of your ass, your own belief.
Science is predictions
Prediction based
on
on
models.
precision mathematical measurement.
Well, you could say you can try to add all that extra stuff with math and stuff. I guess you could say measurement does relate to science because it's like the validation of the scientific method is through measurement. But then it's like a question of what is measurement, and you're saying you can't validate through the senses.
And
Okay,
prediction in science refers to a formula with a t in it and setting the t in the future.
okay. Well, yeah, that's Cartesian dualism for you. Everything's got to be a
And
function
that's
of
why
time.
equally to the past, just like you could set a t in the future and predict what the state will be and then measure to see whether the prediction was accurate, you could also set the t in the past into the equation, predict what the prior state is, and then compare that with your knowledge of what the prior state was. We're just going on a merry-go-round, so maybe someone in the chat understood this, maybe not.
Unlikely. No, this is the hard problem of consciousness. It's not solved.
This had nothing to do with consciousness. I mean, besides the word conscious being talking about
Except
this.
observation and measurement and mathematical realism being
Yeah, I'm saying that it
unreal.
doesn't have to do with, I mean, just the fact that we're the observer, we're the measurer, but the concepts don't require
We're observers, we're
conscious,
not
don't
measurers, though.
require a conscious observer.
But they do because humans are involved, right? So you can't get around solipsism, even though you make this mind independent claim. And the question is, does anyone else validate your mind independence?
Well, I mean, Galileo, the basis of Western science, Newton,
Okay.
all of Western science was based on mind independence. Since the time of Galileo, that's why we have the Enlightenment and the foundation of Western science. Mind independent, and you're saying that we couldn't get around the problem of empiricism. That's why you have third party experiments to best objective that okay, this it's going to be measured by a mind, but you could separate the idea from the person, and then another person, another environment could test the theory, and that would apply to the past and the future. That if it was true for predicting future events, if it's scientific, it will also be true for explaining past events. And that refers to like in Japan or China, another part of the world where they're the same accurate idea, scientific formula will predict future events and explain past events. So you're talking like a geological law. Most of geology is explaining the past, not predicting the future. So there's element geology, it predicts the future, but it works on such small time frames that's more about explaining the past. Just like most physics, you have some bases of physics, but most of the physics is more valuable for explaining the time frame of the past than the future, because you can't measure, you have to wait for the future to happen. If that's the prediction is happening in the short-term future, um, you're not going to be able to measure it, but the past has already occurred, so you could test the idea against the past more readily than against the future. Tinkle Tech talk like prediction fortune teller or something like I mean the same word like predict the future, and so scientifically you're talking about not like predicting the future in the same like a fortune teller, you're talking about predicting the future state based on the current state and the formula. I mean theoretically you could consider it fortune tellers trying to do that, but
Sorry, for whatever reason, I keep losing my connection.
so do you have anything you want to share or go over? We're just going to merry-go-round on this, but people could think about that, the importance of, or even not the importance, but just saying the duality of predictions and the time reference to the future and the past.
Yeah, interesting combo. So I was trying to think about. I guess something came to me this week. So if you got a circle, a ring, start with a ring, and then spin it around a point. What kind of shape do you get? Do you know? Or anyone in the chat wants to guess? Hello, did you want to guess, or you wanted to say the answer, or what? A ring rotated around a point.
Say what?
A ring rotated around a point.
It depends which way you rotate them. If you rotate a ring around a point, it's going to be the same ring. If the ring is centered, if the ring is centered around the 0, 0, rotating it will give you the shell of a sphere, or it's not going to produce a new shape. It'll just give you the same ring.
Yeah, so shell of a sphere.
Well, so it's not going to produce a new shape.
The superposition of a ring around a point is a spherical shell.
Depends which direction you rotate. You're saying if it's a ring around
superposition, you're moving in infinite directions simultaneously, so it just fills up the entire space as one thing.
We can think of it as going really axis, and it's centered around 0, 0. So it depends which direction you're rotating it, which is probably.
That's why I said around a point, not around a line. Because if it's around a line, then there's a stable axis, just like with the planet. And then you get a polarized sphere, which is a little different from just a regular sphere. So start with a ring and then fix the central point and then put the superposition of the ring.
If the ring, I mean, if it's around any point in the XY axis, the product will be another ring.
I'm saying if it's in the center, though, it'll be a sphere, right?
If you rotate it anywhere on the XY plane, if it's centered in the XY plane, your product will just be another ring. So if you rotate the ring, let's say, for example, if you had, like the ring is centered on the center, if you rotate it around a point in the far distance, you're just going to get another ring, but now the width of the ring will no longer be will be the width of the whole ring. So I'm just making that first point. The simplest form, if you're rotating it around any point in the XY axis, your product, you're just going to get another ring. So if you consider it a two-dimensional ring, so if you rotate it within the same two-dimensional plane, you're just going to get another two-dimensional ring.
Okay, so.
You agree with that?
It depends how you evaluate the rotation. If you fix the
rotation, any rotation, if that's your XY axis and that's your ring, if you rotate it anywhere around a point on the XY axis, your product is going to be another ring.
Unless it's the origin, in which case it's a sphere, okay? For like the third time now. And I've got a diagram on it here. You've got a ring at the origin. You rotate that around the origin. You get a sphere. You get S2. There's no direction when you're rotating around the origin. There's only a direction when you're rotating around a line.
Well, I say if you rotate it around the origin, then you just have the same ring.
Oh my God. Imagine the ring is going infinitely fast, okay? It's in all positions at once, okay? That's a sphere. That's what I'm saying, okay? It's an integral, whatever you want to call it. It's a model for a superposition, okay? I'm presenting you with logic.
Yeah, but I mean, you're skipping a step. I mean, And it's like it just simple like a ring. I
So
have
I've
this.
got it drawing on the thing.
I
You
have
got
this
the
tape
XY
here.
axis. You rotate that around all the axes at once, and you get a sphere. Are we okay on that?
I don't think so unless you start at the first step.
Okay, so the first step is
So if you have
the
this ring,
Cartesian
like this
coordinate
tape
system.
here.
Well, that's not an accurate model of a ring, because the
Right, it's
ring
close enough. If you have a
is a
ring,
loop. It's not a loop, though.
yeah, it's the closest that I have. If you can't conceptualize it, it's enough to make the point.
You're the one who can't conceptualize why a ring spinning is a sphere, not me. You're the one
It's
having
not a
trouble
sphere. It's only
conceptualizing
a
it.
sphere if it rotates like this. If it just rotates like this, it's still just a ring.
I get that.
This
Okay,
you could
you've
rotate
said
it like
this like
this. It's
10
not going to
times,
make
and I'm
it
saying
into a
that's why
sphere.
it's the origin that's fixed.
You
That's
could
why it's the
rotate
origin
it
that's
around
fixed.
here.
I can keep
It's not
repeating
going to make it a
why
sphere.
your description doesn't make sense, or you can just try to understand why my description is fine, and you're
Because I
not
know what you're
understanding.
saying, but you're not starting with the basic point that rotating a ring does not make a sphere unless you rotate it in a certain direction.
That's why I said fixing the origin and putting the ring at the origin.
So if you just rotate
Origin's in the
it at the fixed
center.
origin, you're still going to get a ring. It's not going to get a sphere unless you rotate it in the opposite around the.
That's what rotation around the origin is. It's around all of the axes at once. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say it. It's not
No,
rotation
this is
around an
also
axis.
rotation. This is
In
also
fact,
rotation.
it makes the shape of the sphere if you
Is this
rotate
not
it around an
rotation?
axis.
This is not rotation.
That would be the trivial rotation in its own axis.
So that's what the point I was making. You should start with the basic rotation.
Yeah, trivial
so if you just
rotation is
rotate
around a
ring,
singular
you have
axis.
the same
though, 'cause
ring.
it's a ring. The trivial rotation is around a singular axis. For the third time now, it's around the origin. So all the axes are equivalent.
I mean, you're just not accurately describing things. So I mean, if you're making a point, you're making
Yes,
a point.
I'm the one who's not describing
Descriptive
accurately.
language is not precise.
Okay. So if you have a circle and then you spin it, it turns into a sphere. Do you agree with that in terms of a shape? Because I could
if you rotate it
I
around
could show myself
the X
on
or Y axis, it'll turn into a sphere.
Yeah. Do you agree with that? I mean, I don't see how you can argue with that. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean that's like basic calculus formulation. I mean, you could take the integral and show the equation that of this that you'll get the 4 pi r cubed or whatever this. I mean I don't know if you remember how to do that.
The point is that this is a
modulo. How to rotate something around the axis or how the difference. I mean, I used to tutor that and do that. I've done these formulations like 100 times. If you got the whiteboard out and you're trying to show something, demonstrate your IQ by whipping out the calculus formula. I mean, we haven't covered this on my channel. If you remember when we did that thing on spheres in the unit circle, I even went over that calculus formula. If you rotate around the x-axis or the y-axis, if it was centered around the origin, if it wasn't centered around the origin.
Yeah, so if it's centered, okay. If the rotation is around an axis, then it's going to make a sphere that is polarized. If the rotation is not around an axis, it's just around a point, it's going to make a sphere that's not polarized.
Yeah,
and then if you already have a sphere,
it will forever be a circle in 2 dimensions. Only a sphere if you rotate it. Well, it's not rotating around the z-axis. I mean, you could only rotate it. It's not.
This
you
is
don't
my
rotate
math.
it around,
Okay,
I
I
mean,
make the rules in my math. You can feel free to.
You get a sphere when you rotate it around the x or the y axis, but you need the z dimension in order to do that. If you in 2 dimension, it's always going to be a circle. You only get a sphere when you rotate it, when you include the z dimension. But it doesn't matter if you rotate around the x, y, or z. axis. I mean, if you rotate around the z-axis, you're still going to get a sphere. So in the sense, if you rotate a ring around the z-axis, you're going to still have a ring. If you rotate it around the x or y axis, you'll have a sphere. If you want to be precise in that.
Sorry about that. I keep getting kicked off. I didn't hear you for like the last 20 seconds or so.
Right, I was saying Darrow was somewhat right, but he wasn't. I mean, saying that if you rotate it around the z-axis, then it doesn't change and you still have the ring. When you rotate it around the x or y axis, which includes the z plane, then you get a sphere. But it's actually the opposite. When you rotate around the z axis, you don't get a new shape. You just have the same ring. Rotating around the z axis doesn't give you a new shape.
You can say like twirling a coin, how that kind of looks like a sphere as it's
You might as
twirling.
well describe it mathematically, and saying you didn't say formulaically.
Or I can just describe it as a shape and be happy with my awesome math that has 3 terms in it, that closes in 3 terms, that doesn't have any numbers in it.
God forbid that the calculus test that pop quiz Doovid would pass, Jennifer would fail. Pop quiz right now on the spot. Let's whip out the calculus. Doovid would be able to do it. Jennifer would not.
Yeah, whatever keeps you warm at night.
Okay, well, just making the point. Like pop quiz, let's do the calculus. You got the whiteboard out there.
I feel like I'm in university and some guy wants to fight me.
But yeah, I want to see what I want you to demonstrate.
I just didn't.
You know,
A2 Doovid, A2 Doovid. You getting your heckles up over me over
what's
little
the
old
equation?
Ben?
What's the equation of your circle there?
I don't work with equations because I find them problematic. So I'm trying to walk through the logic step by step of saying a rotating circle is a sphere, and I can't get the buy-in on that. So I don't see what a formula is going to change.
Because you're not accurate. Because it only is a sphere when you rotate around the x or y axis. It's not a sphere.
It's also a sphere if you rotate around the origin. You don't seem to understand it's possible to rotate something about a point.
No, you don't rotate it around a point. You rotate around an axis.
Yes, in spherical coordinates, it's rho equals a constant and permutate over the other angles. If you're that desperate to have a formulation for it, it's just that you're starting with a ring. So in standard math, you don't start with ring. Usually you start with just an axis. So you have to actually start with a ring, not a line. That's why there's no real formula. Certainly not anything that would be simple to work with that would be readily available. The idea is you have a circle, a ring rather, spin the ring and you get a sphere, and then you have a fixed line and you rotate the sphere around the line and you get a ring again. So you can go ring, sphere, line, ring. And then you get right back to where you started. So that's the model for the superposition state. And then what I was enjoying from this bit was that I learned that because I was wondering to myself, like, are they topologically equivalent? Because it seemed like it would be. And then I was wondering, okay, well, is it? It turns out they are all torus knots except for one are topologically equivalent to the trivial knot, interestingly. So this is something apparently that they already knew about, except for in one case, I guess, where there's an exception, which I thought was super cool. So that's H. I guess it has something special about it. Not too sure, but yeah, that'll be interesting to research in the future. So that was what I got there. I think that'll be great for quantum computing. One thing about my writing that I discovered was that I can exclude a bunch of stuff that sort of cut it down to being something more straightforward. So I'm pretty happy about that. Like a lot of the latter day physics and stuff, I don't really need to go into that because it's not super relevant to computers. Okay. Let's see here. I'm still trying to load the I think maybe just weather-wise, my internet's a little slow today. Sorry about that. So, based on that article, you think you're going to be able to go somewhere with your MTH or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, I wrote a book or something. I could just, like these papers, I could just include some sort of the hypothetical formulation. Versus, if it was workable, it'd have to be programmed into some sort of algorithm, and then there'd have to be a way to compile explanations or theories into the algorithm. But yeah, I mean, I think if I wrote a book, I could just include hypothetical mathematical formulations or something like workable, where you could actually use the formula, like plug it into. That would more likely be a computer program, and I'm not sure how I would compile how explanations or theories, postulations, truths would be compiled and fed into the formula.
You think you want to use AI to do anything with it?
I mean, there might be an AI version. I mean, it could also be like AI. Like AI, you basically works best in a closed system. So, like with a chess program or something, or games where you have a closed system that so if I defined some sort of arbitrary closed system, and then I said it's a truth discovery function, that if you could have some sort of, I mean, there are functions that attempt to work in open systems, so they don't work that well.
Yeah, so you're thinking it's not going to be useful, even though because, I mean, have you heard about the advances in automated coding that have been made recently with AI?
Yeah, when I saying useful means, I mean, it'd be useful, if you mean useful in terms of making predictions, it could, you send that relatively, you need a closed system to make predictions.
Why?
Or at least a well-defined system.
Yeah, well-defined system for sure. I mean, your multiple truths hypothesis seems to apply to open systems.
Right. The reason to be multiple truth is because it's an open system. If it's a closed system, you might be able to decipher a single truth. I mean, because reality is an open system, that's why we need the multiple truth hypothesis. I mean, conceivably, you might still need the multiple truth hypothesis in a closed system, but just hypothesizing that maybe in a closed system, you would be able to definitively have one truth, one explanation. An open system, that's not the case. So there could be,
Well, that might be a good thing to
the
include.
working system of the multiple truth hypothesis in a closed system and its applicability towards open systems, and saying those would have to be computer programs, and then what the parameters would be.
Computer programs?
Computer programs that would perform the multiple truth hypothesis would be an iterative Bayesian type function.
Meme says you should do some ramble videos on topics and pull the transcripts as raw material.
Yeah,
And
I
that
mean,
MTH is a good method.
I mean, you cut out, but well, I mean, it's a question of receiver, the value proposition to who's actually going to look at my work. So if I'm going to propose something that's going to be independently useful to everybody, and saying that, okay, you're going to look at my work because you'll be able to take it for yourself and use it independent of the fact it came from me. And at this point, I don't have something like that. And like I said, if I was going to try to publish, I mean, this thing that I showed you here was, from a scientific article. So I mean, like, you're just getting published scientifically. You get published, even really without accomplishing anything. But I said, if I was actually going to predict the future or explain the past, it would, wouldn't be open-ended like the all things to all people. It would have to operate, presumably within some sort of closed system where I would demonstrate the multiple truth hypothesis within one specific subfield in its ability to predict the future and explain the past. And I don't know what that subfield, it might be. Could be chess, or I'm not sure what would be the most apropos.
For an example of the MTH?
Yeah.
Well, I would say just how you use it in your own thought process. If you could, explain that. Just with examples. That might help. But yeah, the past and present, future prediction thing, sort of pretty confusing stuff. So did you take the philosopher test?
Yeah, I sent you the Facebook page, and I didn't really like answering any of those questions. All the questions, I didn't really feel comfortable answering any of them, or that it would be accurate for me, in terms of the agree, disagree. Well, I had some proclivities that, some of them, but I wasn't even sure on those.
I didn't get your results. Sorry. If you sent them, I didn't see them.
It's a Facebook message. It's shared. I sent you the picture. It's the last picture I sent you.
Okay, I guess I missed it. Yeah, so I saw a dog this week, which was great. I got to help my neighbor do some yard work. That was fun. And I saw a super cute dog. So tiny. I think it's a Bichon Frise, but anyway, that's me. The dog that just coincidentally kind of matched my shirt. So that was cool. There's my articles. And let's see here. I just wanted to quickly look at slide rule. Mechanical analog computer. Used primarily for multiplication and division. Okay. So it's a fast way to make some calculations without an actual calculator.
What is a calculator?
I mean, without a electronic calculator.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, computer usually means, it's coming from the word, like computation, that it makes computations, and in the sense that the abacus and the slide rule make computations exactly in the same way that a calculator does, except it's mechanical, not digital. So
yeah, the difference with the computer is
the first computers are mechanical.
Yeah, the difference with a modern computer is the fact that it's powered by electricity.
Yeah, the slide rules I think it's largely based on logarithmic tables.
Yeah, it looks like a shorthand for fast multiplication. Cool.
And they're actually somewhat complicated to operate. That it took a little bit of training to figure out the few different things that you move or why moving them does something.
So, did you want to look at my AI generated text or?
If you want, like I'm done. I got a little more energy, so if you want to cover that, we can.
Great. I'm still sort of working on bringing it all together, but what do you think? It's a little better than normal?
Well, it's not like you're writing at all.
Well, it is my writing. Ha 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 ha.
You're saying it is your writing? I'm saying no, it's computer generated.
Okay, yeah, but who was the prompter? Me. So I feel like it's my writing. It's exactly the way, well, I mean, I don't think it's perfect yet, but it's on the way to sounding like what I wanted it to.
I mean, you could edit it, but I'm saying you don't come through on that. And
Good.
it was obviously
Good. That's good.
It was obviously computer generated. I mean, like if someone else did it, like I don't know if I would have known it was computer generated, because like I knew.
That's
like,
the biggest compliment you could ever pay me. Do you have any idea?
I know you don't write like
happy I
that.
am about that. By the way, you're not even in the. Guess it doesn't matter because I took off the thing, but okay, you're not in the video.
That's fine.
Okay. I am touched that you think that it is indistinguishable from a computer. Frankly, couldn't be happier right now.
I didn't say it's indistinguishable. I just said it's computer generated. It's obviously not your writing.
Yeah, and you're saying you wouldn't have necessarily been able to tell that it wasn't. Wait, what did you say? You weren't sure that it. You're saying maybe it could have been another author. Is that right? What were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, saying if someone else showed it to me and like what I've known it was computer generated. I mean, I could tell it was computer generated because like you've been using computer generations and you don't write like that. I mean, like in terms of like the Turing test, if it wasn't you and it was just someone showed it to me, it's like like human or computer. I'm not sure, but saying it just obviously wasn't you, and so I just assumed you've been using the computer stuff. It was you used the computer, but I don't know if I knew it was the computer because it was obviously computerized. I just knew it was obviously wasn't the way that you write or communicate.
It's the way I want it to sound, though. More so. Are you saying that it's harder?
I was guessing by reading this that it's not generating it. It's probably splicing. It probably has text that it's searching. So like I doubt the computer is generating it bottom up. The computer is probably searching and splicing existent text.
It's a good question.
Well, I can almost guarantee that you're just looking at the computer is.
I don't think it's searching and splicing. I think it probably has some sort of smoothing function that makes it such that it isn't equal to anything, like an anti-plagiarism filter. That not being, I mean, obviously that's not the totality of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of that.
Well, might have adapted, but I was looking at that sentence. The first sentence was not generated. It was taken from someplace else. It might have been adapted, but like most of these sentences were taken from existent texts. They weren't generated by a computer.
Well, no, I think most of these sentences were my words initially reworded.
Yeah, I'm saying that you gave them words and they had some sort of database that they searched through and spliced together.
No, I gave them something I wrote, and I said rewrite it in a way that I said remove the passive voice and make it flow.
You gave them something
That was
that
my
you wrote, or
instruction.
you gave them something that the computer generated.
OpenAI. Yes.
I mean, like this, the Aristotle's three laws of thought, the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, the law of identity, still serve as the foundation of modern logic and reasoning. That was your sentence. I'm saying that it's a search function. You'd ask them to, in saying that that sentence was, so to say, plagiarized. The laws portray truth as an either or proposition, that was taken from a database somewhere.
Was it? Okay.
I'm just speculating. I don't know the software or the operation of the software, but it'd be my speculation that that's how their programs. I mean, whatever rules that they have, that if you give them words that you want them to, or ideas, that it searches a database that has, and then it pulls out sentences or phrases around those keywords in the database and splices them together.
I don't think that's how it works. I think it's doing like a multimodal symmetry valence testing relative to probably several UBMs, which is what I sort of mentioned the universal background model thing earlier as being important theory. Because I don't even think it's a singular UBM that they're probably using there. They've probably got multimodal UBMs which are adaptive within particular target domains. Why would they need to put a limit on how many, like a subsequent adaptation target domains that they had over this stuff? Just
Yeah, but it's saying still they're still getting it from a database.
not
When
necessarily.
you mention
Not if the
Aristotle,
very
Plato,
structure of the language itself is incorporated into the UBM in such a way that it's not actually, it's basically content neutral. It's not, I'm not saying it's content neutral. I'm saying that this AI has a degree of content neutrality. So someone in the chat said you will never trust a book again. Is that are you rattled or anything?
no, I mean it's really not even that good. It's just not the way that you write, and I'm not even sure it flows. But I'm saying, like, I've never seen you write anything like, even just that you're writing about what other people say. Like, I've never once seen you do that. But even like the logical flow, the roadmap, the even the attempts, like you could say it's a computerized attempt to do what writing does, but it's really not that good. It doesn't have that much a logical flow, or it doesn't actually do what what it's supposed to do. It still doesn't have your proper paragraphs. It just seemed like kind of like a spliced together definitions.
Yep, that was what it was supposed to be, spliced together definitions. No good? So I guess
I mean, I don't know if this is supposed to have something to do with computers, or this is just random. Like, I didn't see this having any connection. I'm going
yeah,
to
well
say
it's because
zero connection, but
I'm only 2 sections out of 8 into it. So there's still another 6 sections before it'll be computers. This is just the start.
what I'm saying is random history. And if you're writing,
No, it's the history that led to the computer in sequence.
yeah, but you don't mention the
6 more.
computer, or you don't mention how this stuff is building to be useful towards the computer. It's just kind of like a random list of historical events that, that I don't even know if you mentioned the computer once in this, or if there's some sort of foreshadowing of what information is going to be useful to the future, of the topic and how this information is fitting together logically to the history of the computer.
I've been working on that. It's just not done yet.
Well, I didn't say anything in this about that.
I
So, I
know
mean, you
that's
would,
its own chapter.
I mean, you say like modern people know what a computer is, and it looks like you're just doing random history. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. That's why it also, it's computer generated. That ideas that you thought were important, and you're including, but I don't see any like narrative voice direction like that. Why this has anything to do with the history of computers?
Well, I guess I still have to do more work then, because it still has 6 sections.
Well, I mean, I'm saying even worse that I don't even see how this is work. I mean, if it's just you're like, okay, you're doing some historical study, but I don't even see how any of this is connected or would make it into a book on the history of the computer.
Because it's also a demonstration of decomposing a time interval into space-time compression. Clearly, one has to start somewhere. And it's
Well,
supposed
I
to be
mean, I think if you're
history is
starting
all
with
happening
writing,
at
you're just fooling
one
around
time.
with the AI. But like, no, I don't see how this. I can't even picture where in the history of the computer any of this information would go.
You don't understand how binary logic connects to computers that are implemented on binary circuits? And then where does binary logic start?
You don't even mention binary logic in this, and I don't
I
see that
know.
any of this has to do with binary. I don't even think you mentioned binary logic in
I
this.
didn't mention it, but it's going to get mentioned at some point. It's necessary to go back to the Greeks to mention it, and the roots of binary logic is the Greeks. I haven't fully traced out all the ideas yet throughout history. I'm still working on that, which is why I don't have the full breakdown
I have poorly
explanation.
written books. Like, I just read, and a lot. Some books are better than others. But like, yeah, I mean, a good book is the information. Like, it's topical. It's clearly explained to the reader the value of the information towards the topic, and but honestly, I can't see 90% of this any connection at all to the history of the computer. You're just like, okay, like history. I mean, like almost like if you started like the Big Bang, it's like, oh, the history of the computer, and like, so I'm starting with the Big Bang because if the world didn't come into
Yeah,
existence,
rebooting a computer and the Big Bang, they're kind of similar.
well, everything has some connection, but you're just like, okay, I'm going to start at the beginning of the
I
world.
am just kind of kidding on that part, but I think it wasn't
But
even my idea to go
let me
back to
ask you a
the
simple
Greeks.
question: like,
My idea
what
was
does
to go back to
anything in
calculus.
this, what does anything in this whole like 2 pages have to do with the history of the computer? I mean, honestly, I read through it, and like, I mean, after I looked at it, it's a little bit like, okay, this obviously isn't you who wrote that. And I read through it, like, it was a little bit interesting, some of like just information, but like, I couldn't see how any of that had anything to do with the history of the computer. So I mean, if you, now you're telling me that this is for your history of the computer, I'm even more confused because like I don't see how any of this has anything to do with the history of the computer. If you just said because you're like
Because
breaking
of
down history into an algorithm, and
city-centric culture goes back to this period in history.
because what?
City-centric culture goes back to this period in history. And these developments in theology have to do with cities. So yeah, there's a connection there. And it's hard to see how cities form ideas, but over time, I mean, there's
Even if
songs
cities
written about
form
the Danube,
ideas,
isn't there?
if you're going to say there's certain fundamental ideas necessary for the creation of the computer, and in order for these ideas to develop, you needed cities. So I'm going to give you the history of the city. in
Not
like
just the city, not just the city, the history of the thoughts that led to the cities to develop in the way that they particularly did that was conducive ultimately to this becoming a phenomenon. So of course it's not like the conflicts, okay, the conflicts aren't supremely important, but they're important to the degree that, well, commerce, cities, and culture to some extent. I mean, it's a bit of a complicated thing, but you can't deny there's some influence on culture of these conflicts.
yeah, I don't see it. Like I don't see how any of this, like if you were giving me a book to edit on like the history of the computer, like where I wouldn't just like put an X through this whole thing and be like, like nothing to do with topic. I mean, especially
Okay,
because the
so
history of computer is
computers are connected to
such a
culture.
big topic.
Listen, computers are connected to culture and cities are connected to culture, but they're not the sole determinant. The intellectual culture is more of a determinant than
Because
the
it's
cities
ironic,
themselves.
you wanted to start like 400 years, and I said you should start if you're gonna, the history. You should start with the Greeks.
There you go. And now you are in a trap of your own making, which I'm just like, fine, I'll write about more or
But
less.
no, I mean
It's
now
just a
you just
matter of
like
using some
random like
AI.
history of the Greeks that has nothing to do with computation. So you're saying, okay,
But it
the
does
idea
have
of
something to do with it.
computation has a long history, and the relevant ideas to computation in ancient history. You don't need a whole thing of ancient history and the history of the city and the church and power structures, just the history of computation.
Okay, but
Like I showed in those articles,
point of
like
this
the abacus.
exercise, the point that you know I'm not an expert on history. The point of this exercise wasn't for me to be an expert on history. It was for me to exercise writing in a topic that was not as difficult as the consciousness stuff, which I was struggling with due to the troubles that I was having explaining myself and blah blah blah. I don't need to repeat it. So I thought, okay, I do
But
this,
you're
and
not
then
writing on a topic. You're just writing like random like,
yes, I am writing on a topic.
and
I'm just
it's
subputting
not even
history in a
clear.
specific way
It's
because
not
I
even
thought it
clear
would be
that
more
there's some
interesting,
form
and
of
I still
progression
think it's
here.
more interesting. Honestly, think it's more interesting to subdivide it this way because there's this like additional calculation that just makes it so much more interesting. Because I subdivided the time interval in a very specific way
It's
into
not
eight
even clear the
partitions.
progression of like what you're getting at.
Yeah.
So if you're talking the history of the ideas and it's developing over a time frame and like the first appearance of the ideas to the development over the time frame, but like 90% of it doesn't have anything to do. They're just random side pieces of information.
So I should explain why the church is relevant to the formation of ideas, I guess.
No, you should just not include that.
Well, I'm going to
You're
include
talking
it
like the
because
history of
it's important.
computation, so you don't need the relevance to the church, the computation. Just focus on computation,
In my
ancient
opinion, it's part of it
computation devices,
because
or the precursors.
the church used the logic of the Greeks, so it's connected. And the logic of the Greeks plus the church equals a computer. I'm
I mean, God
saying
forbid,
you
like
couldn't get away from it.
I'm still reading a chapter a day of my handbook of history of logic, and I'm in book two, 11 volumes, like 700 pages each, and I'm in chapter 8 of book two in logic in the 14th century after Achem, and it talks, the Latin tradition, the 12th century, Peter Abelard. And even though this is like thousands of page books, it doesn't mention the history of the church. It mentions Peter Abelard and a little bit like about him being a priest and like even his thing and being castrated or whatever, because they're famous stories, or Achem, but it doesn't like talk about the ongoing history of the church. It's just focusing on logic. It didn't feel necessary. Like even though the book is thousands of pages, it's not bringing me like random history of the church. And the only relevance to the biography, like of Achem and Abelard, minimal biographical data about them, and that they were members of the church, but it's not like, and you're talking like the history of computation, um, and you don't even seem to see what I'm saying. That like, like God forbid, like
I'm
it's a
saying
huge
I
it's
don't
a
want to
huge
do a
topic.
boring
It's
fucking
a huge
thing.
topic
I
in and
want
of
to do
itself,
something
and you haven't even
interesting.
started writing about
So
the
I'm going to
topic
write it
itself.
in a way that is familiar to me, which is to divide it up in a storyline, which has different ideas. The interesting part is that the ideas are taking place over progressively smaller time intervals. The first time interval is over 30% of the total time. And then the second one is 25% of the total time. First one is 34, second one's 25. So that's a point of interest. By the time you're through the second portion, you're already more than 50% through the entire thing.
I mean,
Actually,
at least
you're
you're trying, but I think, I mean, maybe you aren't trying. Maybe like you just computer generated this stuff and it didn't even wasn't
don't
even
think
like,
of this as the end result. Think of this as the beginning draft. Okay, this is not the end result. This is a list of things that may be excluded, may be included, but I think are important for now, with the interesting part being subdividing the time interval in a 4-3-2-1 relational amount in order to have the ideas be equally salient over these different sized
yeah, I mean, there could be
distance ones.
notes that maybe some of it will be included. Um, Maybe none of it will be included, but I mean, you might be better off trying to form an introduction and a roadmap and then filling in.
I just want to show how, given in sort of an idea that of the co-arising of cities and phones. And I can't do that without giving a history of the city. These cities are modern inventions.
Well, so maybe if you actually wrote what you're trying to do and then you started writing, and then you could see one thing, like, are you actually
I did start doing that.
doing,
I didn't finish it, and I didn't
and
want to
then there'd
waste
be a
your time on the
logical
show with
flow
my
in your reading. So
half-written
this is
notes.
just like random piece of information. It's unclear what they have to do with each other, where you're leading us, what you're getting at. And so if you had the introduction where you explained what you were trying to do, and then within the
I'm
sentence and
working on
paragraph
that. Okay,
structure,
I am working on that. Just
within
so
the
you know.
sentence and paragraph structure, you could explain how this is accomplishing doing what you're trying to do. So I mean, now like you're just telling me like why this is important and how it relates. But like, if it was good writing, you wouldn't have to tell me that. You would have had an introduction that told me that, and then each one of these would have proper paragraph structure,
I'm trying to
and
fill
the
out the
paragraphs
ideas
would
first, and then I'll
explain
worry about the
how
rest
the
later.
information
I
fits
want to
into
do
the
the
greater
structure first.
picture.
I want to do the full structure first, then fill it out. Okay, that's the main point of this. Structure first, fill it out later. That's what I want to do. I'm only 2 out of 8 into the structure, so there's 6 more shit sandwiches coming like this, and then I'll be able to write the intro, because I don't exactly know where it's all going to go. That's not how it works, and that's part of the challenge of writing this way. But
Well, I mean, that's not how
I'm
you
enjoying
work.
it.
That's how writing works, and that's why you're not writing. You're just like generating some AI meaningless stuff that's not probably even going to be included if you did eventually write this book.
It's not supposed to be a book. It's supposed to be writing to practice to get better at writing. I don't know how many times I have to say that. So yes, it
Yeah,
will
I mean, I
be
guess at least you're
AI
trying, you're working at
writing
it, but
for me.
but I'm saying, like you say, how it works is, I mean, you're still just lack, like, I mean, the main problem in your writing is the lack of structure, your inability to write introductions and in paragraphs, and to tell the reader clearly like what and why you're what and why you're trying to do.
Yeah, I can tell you again that that's in a separate paragraph that I'm not done yet, but I don't know really what the point is.
Well, because I can't understand until you do that. I can't understand your writing is just a random list. So like, oh, that this thing that you're eventually going to do, but like that's the key thing to making your writing readable. So like until you do that, your writing's basically unreadable. Like you need to have an introduction that tells me like what the hell you're trying to do, trying to say. And so like until your writing includes that, it's basically unreadable. Like some opening pontification on, like I'm here to tell you about the history of the computer, and the computer has a long history. And although the computer as we know it today doesn't come until the mid 19th century, there's a long history of computational devices, from mechanical devices to uh, ideas. And to understand the modern computer, we're going to start in the ancient world with the precursor, just some clear explanation to the reader, like what's going on here. Why are you telling me this information?
So the question is, could there exist a good enough intro that these would actually make sense as chapters, or are these going to require additional explanations within themselves?
Honestly, I don't think any of this stuff. I mean, I don't. May at most like 10% of this, I would say it's would be included in the history of computer. I mean, if you're just write like a history of the world,
You maybe
if
could
you just
like
want to
be a
write
little,
like a
you could
random
maybe
history of the
stand to
world,
be just a smidge more open-minded, that there's more than one way to look at history, and maybe by looking at more factors, we'll get a deeper understanding. Like, what's the
you have
problem?
to explain it to me as. So if you're just like, okay, I widened my project to the history of the computer, to the history of everything. My goal now is to write a book on the history of everything.
I didn't though. I didn't do that. I just wanted
So,
to talk
so if
about.
it's the history of the computer, you have to tell me why this information is important. So just give me like a whole bunch of random information that like you figure out why this is important to the history of the computer. You're the author. You tell me why this information is important to the history of the computer. And you don't even mention the computer, let alone why this information is important to the history of it. So, I mean, if you as the author can't tell me why this information is important to the history of the computer, how are you expecting the reader to understand why it's important to the history of the computer?
I just wanted you to evaluate how readable the text was. And you're saying it sounds like a list of descriptions with no order to it,
Yeah,
or
no
unstructured.
explanation of like why I'm being told this stuff. It was like conversation, like week in review, and I just started off in like, oh, in 1923, like this and this happened, and then this person in this place in the world did this and this. And you'd be like, well, why are you telling me this? It's like,
Oh
well, it's
my
week in
God.
review.
Do
I'm
you
just
have
you
any
so like
idea how many
there
times
should
I
be some
probably felt like
greater
that?
narrative, meta narrative of why you're telling me this information. How does this fit in to the idea you're trying to convey to the reader? And in this little essay, there's none of that. Zero. There's no indication to the reader of what the bigger picture is and how this information fits into it.
Right. That's something I need to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's the basic hole in all of your writing.
The whole is that it is unconnected.
I've tried to explain in many different ways,
It's not,
towards the
I'm not explaining what I'm
narrative
doing.
voice,
Yeah.
the introduction, the roadmap, just saying I am writing about this subject for this reason. In order to understand this subject, you need to understand these things first, and therefore I will explain these things to you for this reason, and then you'll be able to understand this subject. Just like basic introduction type stuff. There's none of this here. You don't even introduce the subject, let alone explain how any of this information is connected to the subject.
Okay. I wish I knew what this meant in the chat. Don't use gerund in final copy to describe work in the copy. It shows that it isn't finished when you do. I don't understand what that means. Do you do it?
Gerund's a verb form.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's what the text is in. I just asked the thing to rewrite it so that it flowed. So it's a work in progress.
I mean, gerund, I guess, means ending with ing. But I mean, that's, I'm not sure. I have to look like, I couldn't even get anything out of it because it was just a list. But you're saying like, whatever you're writing, you're not talking to the reader. Like you're not taking the reader on a journey. You're not helping the reader out. That's your job as the author to,
Step one is to get the story. And to get the story, you need the architecture of the story.
no,
And now I'm
you're walking the reader through a journey. If it's the history
and you're
of the
saying, how
computer,
come you don't have the last step finished yet? And I'm saying, because
no, it's the first step. It's not the last step.
You're not being very charitable.
Because it's not the last step, it's the first step.
You are not the dictator of writing. You're not the dictator of writing. You're not.
Well, because writing is descriptive and not prescriptive.
Oh, sure it is. And if you just keep yelling the same stuff, I mean, it's going to change stuff.
And I'm saying, like, I don't think any of this stuff is useful towards what you said was your intention to write a book on the history of computing. So I'm just looking at this like,
it wasn't to write. There was never any intention to write a book, so I would love it if you'd stop saying that. What is my actual intention here? Because I just told you before, so I feel like if you're not going to be able to
get the right answer. Clear. And then you keep on changing it, like what you said your intention is, and then you just changed it. And so
to get some practice. To get some practice writing. Get some practice writing. How many times do I have to say it? It's still going to be to get some practice writing next week and the week after and the week after. So it's an evolving form based on the needs of getting practice writing. Because
so I was watching
a topic. So
I was watching Lex Friedman's.
Did you understand that, or are we going to keep? You're going to keep pretending that that's not the point of it going forward?
Because I don't think you're accomplishing it.
I'm 2 steps out of 8 into the construction of a storyline. You don't get to decide how storylines get constructed. You can learn, or you can sit here and attack the premise, which I don't appreciate because it's a technical method that I'm not interested in not doing. I want to do the technical method. The historical subject matter is secondary to the wanting to apply the technical method. You don't seem to want to
talking to the reader. It's saying you're not.
And you're saying you have to talk to the reader at the beginning. I'm saying that's the last part. The whole story's got to be written before you can discuss what you're saying. You keep wanting to bring the end to the beginning, and it's just like frustrating at some point. No. Right now, what matters is getting the information in order. We're 2 steps out of 8, and those 8 steps need to be finished completely before the next step can begin. This hasn't even, the writing hasn't even started at this point. This isn't writing. This is just summations or preparation,
it's just a list.
Whatever you call it. I think it's a little bit more than a list. It's something that AI gave me in the form of sentences that could be a good starting point for some obviously more complex narration later on.
Yeah, I mean, you take it too personal, so it's again, just not getting anywhere. I mentioned, maybe we should wrap up then. And
I would like it if you could accept what I said and understand it, but it seems like you don't want to understand that what I'm doing is a technical exercise to write along my own desires, which includes completely filling out every aspect of the storyline in advance of writing an introduction. So it doesn't make sense to write an introduction until the entire thing's done. Can you accept that?
No. I mean, the introduction should be the
really
first thing. Introduction should be the first thing that you write.
You're not an author. Yet you know that I have to write the introduction first. This is something
like if
novel, which you've written about is
the body goes in line with the introduction, corresponds to the introduction.
Yeah. So
No, I mean, to me, it's nonsensical, and
it's pretty
I would say
nonsensical that somebody who isn't
you
a
should
writer
work on your
would know
weak
about writing.
points. I mean, I was thinking of Lex Friedman this week, and he had the Gracie.
You don't need
talked
to
about
understand it. Just accept that the introduction in my writing process comes at the end and move on and stop acting like it's something that I can change.
well, because we've been doing this for like a few months now, and or even like a year now, and the main flaw in your writing is the lack of an introduction. And like every single thing that you've written, the main flaw in it is the lack of an introduction. So it's saying like practice in writing for you means correcting your weak point, which is your inability to write an introduction. So I mean, you could have practice in writing. Maybe it's practice in writing, but it's not fixing what you need to fix, and it's like that's mainly your ability to write an introduction.
Yeah, and this is a story that I'd be able to write an introduction for at the end. So stop rushing me. It's
So in order
print.
to help you write an introduction, you're going to write a whole story.
Yeah,
In order
that's
that
how
you
it
can write an
works. Okay, I
introduction.
don't make the rules here. Haha.
Well, I'm saying, God forbid, like you think that's, I mean, because you have a failure. You have the failure in your writing, the ability to write an introduction. And like, I don't know if you
That's
agree
true.
with that.
I agree with that. That's perfect description of
And
my
so
writing.
you're trying to fix your the main failure in your writing by doing unrelated stuff, or like somehow you're saying that like, oh, I'm going to write a whole essay. You already have 10 essays.
If I
With no
write a
introduction.
story, no,
Every
I
single
don't have
essay,
to
you've
write a
already given
full
me like
book or a full
10
thing.
essays, and they all lack an introduction.
Yeah.
So you're going to write another essay that has no introduction in order that you could write an introduction after you write the essay.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, then
It's
why
not
couldn't
an
you done
essay,
with
it's a
any of the
list
other
of
10
facts.
essays that you failed to write an introduction for?
Well, I could write an introduction for this because it'll be one full thing.
So after you write this whole long thing that may or may not mean anything, then you think you're going to be able to write an introduction for it.
Yeah. Well, I'll have written one introduction, which means I'll be slightly better at writing an introduction.
Even though you have like 10 essays already that we've looked at that you still have failed to write an introduction for.
I don't know how to explain that there's not enough information in those essays to write an introduction. An introduction implies there's a story that has an end, that has a finite amount of information. If it's just like a diagram,
It's the same block. You like
exactly.
introduction.
No, I think with this,
is going to
manageable
include
story.
The definite, the topic, the introduction to the topic, your relationship to the topic, the value proposition to the reader, and then the roadmap. And like the hang up that we've had in the other ones, God forbid, just a definition, your relationship to the topic, where that's been your hard point in almost all your essays, is defining your relationship to the topic, and then a proposed value proposition to the reader for hearing about the topic. You were getting there on the roadmap. You had some work on like the introduction to the topic, or even like even the definition of the topic was pretty difficult for you, but like you were getting there on the roadmap part. Like your main holdup was you're defining your relationship to the topic and the value to the reader to the topic, and a little difficulty in the definition of the topic. But I don't know why you think that like when after you write this whole long like
I'm
tens of
already
pages of random
done. So you're
history
saying it's this
that
whole
you're
long
going
thing.
to be able to,
I'm a quarter done already, Doovid. I'm a quarter done.
and then you're going to be able to explain your relationship to the topic.
I don't see myself ever writing about my relationship to the topic, frankly. It just sounds so dumb. Who gives a shit? I mean, it just sounds insane. What's my relationship to the topic of what's anyone's relationship to the topic of anything? It's just a story.
That's why you're writing. It's so dumb that like what's dumb is that you're writing. So it's, I mean, okay, you want to write because
I thought that was smart.
Well, I mean, you want to write just to demonstrate that you're smart, but you're obviously not that smart
No,
because you
I'm
can't
trying to get
figure out how to write.
practice to get better at writing because I'm terrible at writing. Okay,
Well, I'm saying you want to
I thought
get
we were
better
on
at
the same
writing
page there.
to demonstrate that you're smart, but it's saying like, so I'm telling you how to, the basics of writing, and you can't do it.
I'm
So it's like
saying I'm
you're
going to do that
writing.
at the very end of what I'm doing right now because I can't do it until I get to the end.
You write to convey knowledge or information about a topic, and in order to do that, you have to explain to the reader your connection to the topic. So you have
It's
to,
funny
your
that you think that
introduction,
I
it
don't understand
necessitates the
that.
topic, the definition of the topic, your relationship to the topic, why you think that the topic is interesting enough to the reader that they should read what you're writing, and then the roadmap about how you're going to go about talking about the topic. These are just the basic pieces of information that if you can't convey to the reader, it's not going to be comprehensible to the reader. The reader needs to know these things. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about it? Who are you to be talking about this? What, why, who? Your introduction, you have to answer these basic what, why, who. I mean, generally, sorry, it'd be what, who, why. I mean, the order. That's the introduction. That it's very difficult to comprehend reading without that being clarified in the mind of the reader. What am I being? What am I reading about? Who is telling me this information, and why are they telling me this information? And if you can't clarify that who, that what, who, why, and then the how, obviously, the how is the roadmap. How are you going to tell me about this? But you've made a lot of progress in the how part. Um, you've made some progress in the what part, but you're really failing in the who and why part. But it's saying like you will not succeed into your writing until you could satisfy the all four of those, the what, who, why, and how in the introduction.
Yeah, and it'll be really fun to do that as the last step of all this huge process that lies ahead of me that I'm 2 steps out of 8 into the first step of at this point.
Okay, I mean we'll see, but I mean
The point is that it's an
if it
exercise.
solves
Oh
your
my
issue,
God. Why?
if you're right and somehow it
I don't
miraculously
understand here.
solves your issue where you're going to go through like hundreds of years of history and then miraculously you're going to be able to answer. I mean the how part, like okay, obviously if if you're going to say the what and the how,
I'm a little bit confused here.
conceivably I could see that you could write back. I mean the one thing is that it'll be more work because if you said the what and the how up front, um, you'll be clearer to the reader, but you could possibly retroactively, but if miraculously somehow that's going to answer the who and why part of it, but like I'm still unclear on how you're going to get past this who and why
Well, why? I have no
hump
idea
that you're
why
that you're
anybody
stuck
would. I
on.
don't know why anyone would give a shit why I did this. That's why I haven't thought about it yet. If it's so important that I need to write about it, fine. There's no. I already said the reason was to get better at writing through something that I thought would be pleasurable.
But it's connected the who and the why. The who is I'm a person who has some sort of interest in work, like the hero's journey. Like I'm the person who worked really hard to research this subject, and now I'm sharing it with you because the why, because I believe this information is valuable, and even if I'm not the biggest expert on it, that I've done enough work that you will have some useful understanding of the subject at hand. So I mean, it's the what, who, why, and how. So what? The history of the computer. By who? By the person who did a lot of work researching it. Why? Because it's an important topic that will help you understand a device that we all use. And then the how. How I'm going to start by explaining the history of everything in order that you'll appreciate how the history of computers arises from a greater history of ideas, or however. But saying that that's the main flaw in your writing is your introduction. You're getting better at the how part. You're getting better at the what part. You're still basically at a standstill on the who and why part.
So yeah, that'll be stuff to work on.
Yeah, IC3, good to see you in the chat. And then even your writing, because you also need to work a lot on your paragraph structure and transitions.
I will. Can I tell you the order I see it going right now?
I mean, you
I've
can't
got,
just make the point
you
that
understand that the story
each
has
part
8
should
parts.
have each part, if it was in paragraph
You
form and had a
understand that the story
transition.
has, it's not at paragraphs yet, it's still at a list form. So you understand the story has 8 parts.
The
Can you
story of the
accept,
history of the computer has 8 parts.
can you accept that it has 8 parts based on a mathematical formula that has a critical point at 2,500 years in the past and the year 1650 AD with calculus and whatnot?
No, I largely reject that. I mean, you're just
Like
arbitrarily.
you're saying, look, I'm saying I want to get practice with this modality, and you're saying I reject
But
that.
I
It's
mean,
like,
they're
why are
not
you
parts.
rejecting? I
You're
want
just.
to do. I want to use my modality is 3 plus 1.
But I mean,
That's my
just.
modality is 3 plus 1. And you're saying
Yeah,
don't
but
use
they're
your
not.
modality. I'm
You
saying
could call them parts,
that's how
but
I draw inspiration is from my modality. So yeah, I'm going to use it. What's wrong with that?
they're just year frames, like time frames.
Time frames. Yes.
And so it's
I mean, you could call them
somewhat
time.
arbitrary. It's
I was
somewhat
calling them sections.
arbitrary. Usually, parts in the history of the computer would be parts that are important. So it wouldn't be just randomly. I mean, even not randomly. I'm saying you might have purposely divided into time frames, and that time frame division could be for anything in history. But the history of a computer, like we were discussing last week, may not reasonably fit into those timeframes. The important aspects in the history of the computer uh, may not correspond with these timeframes. So if you did parts like the history of various ideas, like there's a division of these 5 main ideas, like logic, uh, computation, um, mechanical engineering, or whatever. And if you're going to do a historical analysis, you could do it either topic by topic, like the history of logic, the history of computation, the history of mechanical devices, or you could do it chronologically, where you're sticking in years, and be like, well, there was no advancements in this field from this time to that time, as where other important aspects there may have been a lot of advancements in that era, as opposed to, I mean, one thing, like your thing doesn't seem your time.
It's so annoying that you won't even let me explain this to you. It's like you're hell bent on
Well,
not
because it doesn't have
understanding
anything to do with the history of computers. It just has
your
it
opinion
has
on
to,
how I look at storytelling has no opinion on how I'm going to proceed to inspire myself with artificial storytelling.
you still haven't told me how your time division has anything to do specific with the history of computers.
Because,
It's,
yeah, the point is to use the time division method.
you're saying you would use this time division method no matter what you were writing about.
It's
Or
the
there's some,
it's the time division method is how I got the QMPT.
and therefore everything you do, you use that division method, and so that's the
3
reason
plus
you're
1.
using it.
Yeah, 3 plus 1. Tetractys.
There's nothing specific to the topic at hand.
The topic at hand is we're trying to understand our modern attitudes about consciousness. And then I'm thinking, can't talk about consciousness directly because it's mysterious. And then I'm thinking computers are connected to consciousness, but they're not. And there's something that we can actually build up from the basis of ideas because they're a particular technology and so forth. So just based on my very first pass, which was like that big 4 pieces of paper glued together or taped together or whatever, those ideas, I estimated that 8 intervals, divided in 4 from 500 BC and then to calculus and then from calculus to now. And that, I'll fully admit that that's arbitrary. And the point with doing it this way is to try to approximately get the same number, the same amount of information per time interval. And all the time intervals are different size. So the next step is that I've got to fill the time intervals with all the information. I'm pretty sure the information is going to be a good amount. I may have to trim some somewhere, but from what I've seen, it's basically the same amount of information in all of them. From there, I need to give the meta informational structure to see which ideas, I basically need to make a Venn diagram between all the ideas. And then I need to figure out of that, what's the best image to present the ideas. And then I'll be able to write an introduction. And I've got some notes ready for an introduction. It's really rough right now, but it's not like I don't acknowledge that this is the problem. It is a problem in the rest of my writing. I feel the nature of the rest of my writing was something that an introduction would have been longer than the writing itself, therefore defeating the purpose of it. But in this case, I want to get better as a writer. So I'm going to try to, I don't know if I'll get the rest of them done, but hopefully I will if the AI is back to working. It was crashing before, sadly. So hopefully it's working soon. And yeah. What do we have coming up this week for you, Doovid?
I think John said that he plans on streaming, so I'll probably do a mop talk tomorrow, 2:00 Eastern time, and tour my library. Wednesday, more Jewish books. I streamed with Charles on Friday, so we're going to continue. He wants to switch to giving another try at 8:00 at night. Like he had tried 10:00 at night and it wasn't picking up, and whatever. So now he's going to try 8:00 at night. So next year I might maybe we'll do Thursdays at 8 p.m. But this week we're going to do Friday at 2. Although this last week we did it at 3:00. So just that, the mop talk, tour my library, and Charles Moskowitz. I didn't talk with Luke this week. I'm not sure what Luke's plans are, but just the feel off of it, it's probably unlikely we're going to talk.
You and Luke?
There's really not much to talk about besides the Kanye West story. I don't think he has any good takes on it. And I think my takes on it, he doesn't really like. So my guess is that's probably going to be the main story. Maybe Hanukkah coming up. Hanukkah is actually next Sunday night. Maybe I'll light Hanukkah candles during week in review. So it's possible the week after Luke will want to talk, Hanukkah. So that's about it. Still doing a whole bunch of research. I'm not writing because I guess I don't have an answer to the why question. I could write and have
You could
you
try a
might
fun
be,
exercise. What about a Zen garden? Just kidding.
what?
I said, what about a Zen garden? But I was just kidding. I also suggesting like a writing exercise. Are you thinking about anything like that?
No, I'm thank God. I went to good schools. Like I think I'm satisfied in my writing ability. I don't think I need to write just to, you could always improve my writing skills, but I think you need to write. I don't think you need to, but if you want to write to improve your writing skills, it might be good for you because you might have a lot of stuff that you could be giving over, if you were able to write at this point. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure.
was feeling like that. Even just doing this little bit, this with the AI this week and being able to query it really helped me a lot. And I'm still not done with my whole like idea diagram, but I've made progress.
I might have the same issues as you as like the who, although I could answer my who with um just the person who worked really hard to research this, but I don't have the why answer to
I'm sorry, but like service to mankind or just personal intellectual development, like when did that stop being good enough as a reason?
because I'm not sure it is, that I'm not sure
Okay,
any
well,
writing.
you could also say that. Say, I'm not really sure why I'm doing this, and I'm hoping that the perspective of having done it will shed some light on why I felt the move to do it.
But I
And
don't. That's why I said
okay,
I'm a purpose driven person,
so you
and
you
and I
don't
don't
feel
feel
like
a drive
writing.
to do it, and I don't think that my writing is any service to humanity. I don't think there's any service to humanity to like write a bunch of stuff that no one's going to read.
See, I feel like it's a chance to do great service to humanity. So
Well, I don't, so that's not my why. So if I had the why, I would probably be writing, and so I'm not writing because I don't have the why.
so is your research taking you towards the why or not really?
No, not really, and I'm not sure it will, because I said like the why is for other people. Like I'm writing for other people, and I don't feel like I'm writing for other people, so I'm not writing. So when I have that, like I have the what, how,
What about asking the
who,
what about
the
asking
why is the application for other people. Like why should you care what I have to say, or or even just saying like why, because these people do care about what I say. So I'm not sure anyone does care about what I say, nor am I sure that anybody should care what I have to say. So I'm lacking the why. And so if there are people who care about what I have to say, then you could reach out and maybe they'll help me come up with a why. And I'm not sure. Like I think from personal, I don't really feel that I'm not. Yeah, I'm not really sure that I could benefit other people like that. I'm not really sure that like certain things I mentioned, like Lex Friedman and the chunking theory, and certain information I have, like, well, the why is because I'm pretty sure I've researched information or came up with certain ideas that can't be found in other places. But even like the why, and therefore I want to share it with who, with these other people that I'm not really sure will care about it or will benefit from it. And so maybe the why will come there at some point, but at this point there's no why. And if I had the why, I would probably be writing.
what about looking at it as everybody writing is training the AI and because you're more intelligent than average, you writing anything is helping the AI. That's kind of how
Um,
I look at it sometimes.
well, it's not, because I was saying like my writing wouldn't be fed into the AI.
Why
Wherever I
not?
publish it, whatever the AI is, getting their sourcing, that wouldn't be my writing. Just from taking like whatever.
Well, sorry, but that's not how it works. If you publish something on the internet, someone uses that for AI, that's out of your control.
Um, I doubt the
Only
AI
way
was,
it's going to be able to go on the AI is if it's out there. That's all I'm saying. And it's like,
yeah, I mean, if you're saying there's AI doing random computer
I'm saying
searches,
it's worth
I doubt the
sometimes
AI
doing
is doing
something just on the off
computer
chance it's
searches.
going
The
to make a
AI
difference.
probably has, um, the AI probably has, um, certain things that it looks at. I doubt it does like a generic internet search, and if it did, it would almost certainly not come across wherever I posted. If I bought my own Doooovid.com, like the chance of the AI searching Doooovid.com or coming
It's
to it,
about a million gajillion percent.
yeah, I mean,
We
just
have
kind of
no
like your
idea.
nonsensical. I mean, to me, your encouragement is more discouragement.
That's weird.
Yeah, because it's nonsensical and
I just think
inaccurate.
you're making excuses not to do it for no reason. And I'm saying that's fine, but you might as well just, focus
I've
on
explained this.
self-improvement
I say
stuff.
just the fact that you can't understand what I'm saying.
I totally get it.
The fact that you don't understand what I'm saying is more discouragement than encouragement.
Well, what would encouragement look like?
Well, maybe if you actually understood what I was saying. Some of there's just like
Okay.
generic encouragement. Oh, come
Well, I
on,
mean,
give it another try.
let's just
As
hang on a
opposed to
minute
like,
here. Let's just stop
I
for a
read your
minute here,
writing
though,
and I
and let's
actually
be honest here for a
understood
second, though. Is
what
there
you
anybody in
said.
the world who understands MTH better than me? Probably not. Do I understand everything? No, but I think I've gone pretty far to understand your idea.
Well, yeah, so I'd say like actually someone understanding what I wrote would be more of encouragement than just random encouragement.
I think you should do it. I hope.
And I've
I
explained
hope
this many
that's enough.
times, like money or whatever. I'm saying like usually I have this negative inverse reaction to generic forms of encouragement.
But it's
So
not generic. It's me.
I
We've
mean,
known each other for a
money would
while.
be a form of encouragement. Um, metrics, dissemination of my ideas, where it was clear that someone read my works and understood the ideas. Those things would have impact on me. You're just like generic, you're like emotional, like I'm going to say, I'm going to try to say like words of encouragement in some effectual way. Basically, no effect, inverse effect. But I say money would have an effect. Like if someone would be like, "Here's $100," just to encourage you to write, then I would probably write or something. I'm not saying to anyone should do that, but you're saying like, yeah, obviously money's a pretty good form of encouragement. Um, and metrics. So I took myself off the chess server, and maybe I took because my metrics weren't going that well, anyways.
For chess or for stats of people reading the stuff?
Yeah, for my writing on the topics I wanted to write about, I wasn't getting good metrics. I was getting negative feedback.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what you come up with next week. And yeah, thanks for all the interesting feedback on my stuff. I'm looking forward to the next phase of my writing. And I don't
Okay,
think
great.
I can completely rely on AI, but I feel more productive with it. And it can
Okay,
criticize
so have
my
a great
writing.
week, everybody.
It's hilarious. It criticized. I had it criticize my writing, and it sounded a lot like you. It was saying the same thing, that it lacked structure and was unclear. So that's yeah. There you go for recording with the AI.
Okay, or just saying have a basic training in writing.
Yep. Hopefully I
Okay,
can
so have a
hear
great
some
week,
basic.
and we'll see you next week. You were doing anything interesting this week? Or you almost never do, or if you do, you don't share it. I mean, streaming, you almost never stream. If you do interesting things in your private slate, you almost never share it. So, but if you do want to share something, otherwise I'm going to sign off.
Can't think of anything right now. I'm mostly focused on the writing and developing the ideas and stuff.
Okay, so good luck with that, and we'll see you next week.
Awesome. Talk to you then. Yeah, Anders, I hadn't, excuse me, I hadn't used it. I hadn't signed up for it. And I finally got it, and it's pretty good. Just the just beginner one, which I was using the Q&A and the like adapting or the correcting writing stuff. And then I started using I want to say the chat one. I forget what it's called, but the better one, beta. That one was really good because it was giving really long, good sort of basically dictionary tier, but it was, I think, usually ended up 3 or 4 paragraphs. And it all had that same structure, like opening, description, further description, and then summation. The whole thing that I can't do. But I think what I'm doing now is going to be way more fun because the diagrams, not really diagrams. Diagrams are like finished products. They make sense unto themselves. This is a pre-diagram, so there's still a bunch of structure, more like a table, sort of a scratch. And the idea is just to thread all the ideas together in a superposition so that they can all be simultaneously represented, possibly as one structure. And hopefully I can get back on the AI real soon and we'll see how many more sections I can get done. And I may have to edit it. Like I may have to just truncate it and say like I have to stop after, 1983. Because it's just got too crazy and too many things happen. Okay. I might do that. But time will tell, and I think ultimately what matters most is I do work on always being aligned with my emotional inclinations because that's the way to have it's a lot easier. So there's more effort or energy left over for hard stuff, which is always nice. We'll see everyone next Sunday, if not sooner.